Wow. Stream Deck was actually nice to me today.
Woohoo!
I think that's the first
Hey.
time
Transition
that
and
it's actually
everything.
worked in a long time. Um, and then real quick, let us do the TikTok. Why? Why are you showing me this? I don't need this. I will not be co streaming with anybody. And and hey, okay. So we're live on Twitch and on TikTok. I probably should just bite the bullet and do like the multi-stream, like the restream again and stream everywhere. Like it's kind of weird that I'm doing it on these two specifically, but not like every other platform that could be. But I digress. So hey, hi everybody. It's Friday. Episode 17 of Adventures from Amethil. And it's been a little while. You know, we missed a week. Was it 1 or 2 weeks? Was it just one? Why does it seem like it was so long ago? Missed a week. Here we
Life
are.
went sideways. I don't know.
I don't know either. I finally got on Twitch. I finally got the sub widget working again. Mixed it up. There's a beta program in the bot that I use that they're doing new alerts, and I signed up for it, installed it, completely forgot I did, and it broke all of my overlays that relied on the old method. So I didn't fix it until today. So I finally got that up and running. But hey, without further ado, who would like to do recap today? Everybody, calm down. Just one at a time. One person can volunteer.
Please,
Looks like-
someone else.
Looks like a Megan wants to do it.
Please, someone else. Yeah, make the rooster do it.
I mean, I would, but I don't remember shit.
So, session opened up with us riding into the sunset, leaving, I have to open up the image so I can look at the map. Town names are hard. Leaving Arvos and beginning to move towards Windpoint. We made camp and did a few things in the morning before finally arriving, where we arrived basically in the evening, right at closing time, and ran to the butcher so that we could sell our excessive amount of dire bear meat from our previous battle. We get there, do some haggling, hemming and hawing, and eventually end up able to sell all 216 pounds for 3 gold a pound, making us a beautiful 650. There is a discussion between the party about what to do with funds in regards to saving money and putting aside for our guild, the Eclipsean Order. And eventually we decide we're just gonna split it all into 5 every time and have one just be the guild pot. So, the Eclipsean coffers, if you will.
Did you just come up with that? I don't remember us having that name.
No, I came up with that.
I like it.
It was just fun. So from there, everybody having the sigh of relief of good, we got to sell this shit because it's heavy and we don't want to deal with it. Kind of just scattered to do their own thing real quick with their newfound excessive gold. Thrain went and finished off making the first dagger out of the dire bear claws, which was then dubbed Claws of the Order by him. He took some extra time and put some ornate carvings and stuff in there to make it all pretty. Ended up accidentally, not even realizing he did, gave it the additional, I guess it's both a boon and a bane, that on crits, it deals an additional 2 damage. So, crit success, extra 2 damage on the person you're fighting. Crit fail, well, that 2 damage for you. Desmond went right back to the inn and rented out the penthouse for himself and got to doing some studying, research, and taking notes to continue to attempt to figure out if this world is properly compatible with his people and all that other stuff. Roderick went and finished paying off his debt to the person he had bought his tinkering tools from. Right? Was that what that happened? No? Yeah. And also got a audio profile of a manual on how to make fancier bullets, different things that you can turn into bullets and whatnot. It's this interesting, like, grapefruit side, 20-sided thing. And you poke aside, the deep voice starts and just starts explaining. It only has 1 volume. Nell went back to the inn and straight into the bar to pull out their lyre and start to play. It doesn't take long for the bargoers to start to enjoy and sing along and start getting into it, but an additional character catches notice and starts to play music back and starts a sort of bard battle. Initially, he starts to outdo Nell, but after Nell initially is like, fine, I'm not gonna even bother, and doesn't want to deal with the competitive nature of it, the guy starts throwing shade and sort of mocking them dipping out, saying not everyone's built for this life. Nell's like, oh, hell fucking no you don't, and tosses on the Eclipsean Order tabard and is like, not everyone's built for this life. And yeah, there's a bit of a back and forth of bard battle, but in the end, Nell wins it out, and the guy just subdues and starts joining them, because Nell the whole time was like, I don't understand why we have to have a bard battle when we could just play music together. We could have...
Boo.
Listen,
Boo.
I'm not... I don't know how to write a diss track, okay?
Never learn unless you try.
After all said and done, and some tips are made, Nell starts chatting with this fellow, learns his name is Velios, and they agree to play with each other next time they see each other. Once we all get settled in and the night starts to come to a close, Nell's starting to get nervous, like, where the heck is Desmond? As he didn't tell us that he was going to rent the penthouse or where he was going. And Thrain does the smart person thing while Nell's getting increasingly nervous and maybe started to panic a tiny bit. And walks up to the front desk, is like, pardon me, as the man with the mask checked in. And of course, they're like, yeah, he's top floor. Thrain decides he wants a room to himself for the night so he can continue to work on claw daggers. And Roderick and Nell are both cheap, and so therefore they share a room. While they're in there, they have a brief conversation where Roderick's saying he doesn't think it's wise that the group would reveal to the general public that the majority of the Eclipsean Order has perished just yet. And while we're still looking for recruits, it may be wiser to keep that on the down low and also to not cause a panic to the people. And so we can just handle this later when we have regained forces and have more numbers. Nell hems and haws and gives their opinions, and they decide that they'll talk about it with everyone else in the morning, including using the sending stone to include Quillwise in the conversation. And so he goes to sleep. Everybody do a sleep. In the morning, after everybody gathers for breakfast, gather up our things, and we start making our way towards Durian. Once we're a distance away on our horses, so no prying ears can hear in on the conversation, Nell and Roderick bring up whether or not we should or should not tell everyone, or should not tell specific people, and what to do about opening recruits to increase the size of the order. Phone up Quillwise for the conversation, and eventually it comes down to that we're going to continue to keep this on the down low for a while. Not gonna bring it up because we don't want to put fear in the hearts of the masses, kill hope, or anything along those lines. We tell Quillwise that at the moment we'd like to look for quality individuals who are attempting to join the order versus quantity. And it is agreed that we will not be sharing the information of the passing of the other Eclipsean Order members until further notice. New members will be informed once they are completely vetted and accepted in. I'm trying to remember all the stuff. We continue our journey. Another dagger is made. We get all the way into Durian, and we happen to arrive on the day of the Artisan Guild open house, which is wonderful because we wanted to check that out. Desmond alerts the guards. Wow, I couldn't think of that word for some reason. Desmond alerts the guard that he is there, and we quickly make our way down to Wings, Feather, Leathers, and Lace to pick up our clothes that we had ordered in sessions previous and head to the Artisan Guild. We do lots of browsing, lots of going, wow, that's quite the price tag. And then also being told, sorry, we don't sell to people who aren't actually members of the Artisan Guild. Yeah. But our good old dear friend Quillwise had mentioned that the leader of the Artisan Guild owes him a favor and that we could totally cash in on it if we wanted to. And we go to seek him out because I believe someone wanted to be a member of the Artisan Guild. I don't remember quite.
Thrain and Roderick.
Got it. And we find him surrounded by a crowd of people watching him do a magical feat. And he does the thing, and he poof. And that's where we ended it.
He does a thing and he poofs.
Listen, I'm trying to remember. I don't remember what happened when he did the poof. My brain's like, he turned into a tree. And I'm like, probably
Dragon?
not. No.
He turned into a tree Rex.
Oh.
Yeah, so no, that's perfect. So that's exactly what we're gonna pick off, right? So you're all inside the guild hall, and essentially, despite all of the weird and wonkiness and things being a little bit more expensive than what you would like them to be, Thrain and Roderick have a little discussion to basically say, yeah, we want to join this. And they're hoping that the favor that the guildmaster owes Quillwise will allow them to afford access to the guild. So you asked where the guildmaster was, and they're like, oh yeah, you can't miss him, he's over here. And as you go there, that's when he has the crowd gathered and he's doing the performance. And he has this shimmering bottle of liquid that he's holding. And as he chugs it, he turns into a T-Rex. And that's where we ended at. And that's where we'll pick it up to. Let me pull up the map of Durian here. Bop, bop. I'll do the share thing. Don't know if that did anything.
I already had it open, so
Okay.
I couldn't tell you.
I already had it open.
Yeah.
Cool beans. Okay, so he swigs this potion, and you see this this whoosh of smoke surround him, and then all of a sudden, bursting out of the smoke, is this T-Rex standing in the middle of this courtyard, and you hear all the audience gasp as this happens, and it's kind of like moving around. And then it turns and it notices Nell and Thrain in their Eclipsean Order garb. And it bends down, and you guys have this giant head of a T-Rex right in your face. And in this tiny little gnome voice, you hear, "Ah, I didn't know that we were having visitors."
I didn't know you could speak in that form.
There's a lot you could learn here. And then everybody starts laughing, and he kind of turns and he's like, well, that'll be the end of the demonstration. I hope you all enjoyed yourselves, and please continue to browse the wares. And as people start moving around a little bit, he kind of looks at you guys, just, this may take a moment to wear off.
Yeah, it was expecting as much.
Isn't it just an illusion?
Of sorts.
Because if I recall
Well,
correctly, if it were polymorph, you would not have the ability to speak, let alone retain your intelligence.
we have someone with an aptitude for alchemy.
So you are able to alter spells, which I am very much interested in, or it is an illusion.
He's like, well, it's a little of both. And you guys hear like a gurgling noise, and he's like, stand by, and he's like, and you see him just, and he shrinks back into his gnomish form, and he kind of hits the ground for a second. So, it very much is a polymorph, but you don't get all of the benefits. Unfortunately, it's still my frailty. It's still me, but I do gain some additional benefits from it. But the downside is you digest it quite quick. It only lasts roughly 30 seconds.
Even
Still
so,
really cool.
I believe that's the most impressive thing I've seen so far.
Oh, this was just a test. What I hope will happen is, in due time, we master the composition that it takes to make these potions, and we'll be able to extend its duration and, if possible, maybe even extract the full capacity of both spells that were combined in this.
What's your desired duration?
Well, it depends on the scenario. Most of the things that I work on, they end up being for theatrics and charades, but there's definitely a desire from very wealthy benefactors to be able to utilize this for more defensive measures. I chose the largest creature that I could think of for this demonstration that would fit within the confines of this courtyard, just for the absurdity of it. I don't think that a giant dinosaur would be the most practical use when there are smaller, sturdier creatures you could do, but yeah.
It
All
is
creatures.
such a disappointment that something up to this caliber is first seen as a offensive or defensive measure. If you were able to retain your intelligence but also take the form of a beast, you can benefit construction, transportation, so many other practical uses.
Forgive my rudeness. We haven't been properly introduced yet. My name is Guildmaster Authorius Tinsley Brimbleby Grimselbath Winfrey the Seventh. But Guildmaster Arthur Winfrey is what most people call me around here. And you may be. He's like looking directly at Desmond at this point.
Desmond Dusk the second, and Desmond leans forward and holds out a hand.
He walks up and reaches up and shakes her hand. He's like, You and I share similar thoughts of these things. There are far more industrial uses for this that I've thought of different aspects of it and how we could help people with certain disabilities and limitations be able to achieve things that in a normal way they wouldn't be able to. But of course, when it comes to those with money and those with power, their motives usually revolve around more money and more power, and the industrial side of things usually is not top priority.
Research takes funding, and the fund are always power hungry.
An unfortunate truth. So, what do I owe the pleasure of having members of the Eclipsean Order here? We haven't seen many of you within the walls in some time.
I believe my comrades had a question for you, specifically for you.
Yeah, by all means.
Sorry. Doing two things at once. Brain was not expecting to be diverted to me that quickly.
Wait, words? No! Same.
Dwayne Ironforge. I'll reach out, shake his hand.
Shakes your hand.
Quillwise. Oh, no. Rewind. Didn't say that. No, we're not going to start off like that.
Gotta butter him up first.
Exactly. Before I just, hey.
Hey, so anyway,
Exactly.
about that favor.
Do things for me.
Definitely. We were here, fortnight ago, roughly. And we wanted to check out some wares here, but we were informed we had to be members to come in or come on tonight. Didn't know if we'd be able to make it back tonight, but luckily we were able to just be back in time.
Well, I hope you all enjoyed what you've seen so far. There will be food and drink provided later on, free for all attendees. And I'm sure there'll be some other fun and shows, and they like to have fun here. It's not just the crafted arts. There's also entertainment arts. So
there was plenty of things that I saw that I would enjoy.
Well, I hope you consider making a pledge and becoming a member.
That's one thing we wish to talk to you about, actually.
By all means, I typically don't discuss the membership dues. We have people assigned for that, but I mean, for the Eclipsean Order, I'm sure I could take a few moments. And he sort of looks around at everybody else in the crowd here now.
Do we do this here, or do we want to go someplace else? Seeing him look around.
I kind of have an event to host here, but I mean, is there
a better
everything
time
all right
for
with
you?
Quillwise?
Yes.
Okay, the tone shifted, and I was just making sure that I wasn't misreading anything here.
No.
Yeah, by all means, if you wouldn't mind, just follow me. My chambers are off this way, and we can have a private discussion.
Another time would be better. That's fine. Like you said, you do have an event to run.
I mean, we're already here. Let's just do this and get it out of the way. I could step away for a moment. And he sort of just looks over and he's like, Renzel, I'm going to take my guests here to my chambers. Can you keep everything running for 15, 20 Yeah? Thank you. I appreciate you. And then he's like, follow me. And he walks you into this this back corner area where there's like a space like cleared out where there's just none of the kiosks set up, no displays, no nothing. And there's this absurdly large wooden door that like he's like a tenth of the size of this door. And he walks over to it and he reaches up his left sleeve and he pulls out this little key and he puts it in this little keyhole, and as he turns it you hear this loud clunk and the door just he's like, fun fact, the door doesn't actually creak. There is an incantation put on it to make it do that for dramatic effect. And then he walks
It's actually really cool.
I might steal that idea.
And as you walk in, he has this this large office space that's in a circular setup. And immediately to your left, there is a large 2-story bookshelf, just full of books, with this brass ladder that goes all the way up to the top on a sliding dolly. To the right, he has a bed set up. Straight ahead of you, there is a desk with some chairs. And then behind the desk, there's a staircase that sort of winds up the back to the second story level. And he just walks over and he sits down. And he's like, make yourselves at home if you wish to peruse the shelves, you may. What was it that you wanted to talk about?
Quillwise was mentioning that you might owe him a favor.
When you say that, you see him just give you this evil smile, just this like sinister smile. He's like, he finally wants to pay up.
Can we know a little more information about that, or is that something between you two?
Give me a persuasion roll.
Three.
We know that doesn't work.
He kind of chuckles. He says, let's just say that Quillwise and I go way, way, way back. We both were graduates with honor from the Melodious Menagerie, and let's just say that there was a bet made, and he won. And I owe him a singular favor. And he has been holding this over my head for centuries.
That is the most Quillwise thing I have ever heard.
So he gets up and he like walks over near the bed, and he like bends down, and there's this little safe, and you see him like start turning the combination lock on it, and then he pops it open for a second, and he grabs this piece of paper, and he comes back and he like sets the paper next to him, and he said, "This is a glorious day. I have been..." What is the reason for him wanting to cash this in?
Character, he didn't say, did he?
He didn't really say. He just said if we'd like to cash it in, it was there.
What's he planning? This isn't like him.
You mean it isn't like him?
Quillwise isn't just gonna let this go for no reason. You know what? What was it that you were wanting?
I was hoping to gain membership here for a couple of us.
Couple, as in 4?
No.
No, I have expressed interest, and so has Roderick here.
I would be interested with working with you. Having the membership here is, don't get me wrong, there are some talented people here, but I feel like I wouldn't benefit from having a membership.
And at this point, he's got his arms crossed. He's just looking at Nell.
I'm poor. You think I'm gonna be able to afford any of these things?
I don't think the membership has to only do with purchasing goods.
What
You know
else
what?
is there?
I am not going to honor his request. I, out of my own kindness and charitability, will allow you all to join for a membership due of 1 copper each.
Okay.
Don't think
Catch.
I have that.
I have,
Can you make change for a plat?
I have silver. Will silver? How about 1 silver for the 4 of us?
I specifically require 1 copper from each of you.
Hey, Roderick, got any copy over there?
You asking him because he's black?
No, because he has
What?
grabbing all the money.
Like, you got those poor people funds? Like, no!
Hey, person that usually collects all the money, do you have money?
Yeah.
I didn't think it. I didn't even think about that. I was like, why are you asking him specifically?
Also, he's the only one who hasn't spoke up.
It's
Des was like, I thought I was bad.
what is the purpose of you asking for a copper from each of us?
Because that way I can put those 4 copper right next to this contract. And I can make sure that I let him know out of my own generosity, and not because he's redeeming this, that I gave you all entry.
Do you have change, though? Can you make change? I don't think any of us actually have a single copper on us, but silver.
Give me a persuasion roll with disadvantage now.
Oh no.
Yep. Persuasion. I think
He's
you
like,
understand that Nell's really good at that.
he like grumbles for a second, and he like reaches in his belt pocket, and he's like, too poor to join, but don't have a copper. Anyways, yes, if you have a silver, I can give you 10 copper.
I'll hand over a silver.
He takes it and he hands you the 10 copper.
I'll pass back 4.
And he says, no, want you each to pay it is your dues.
I'll hand the other 3 there, single.
Thank you for this wonderful gift, Thrain. I'll cherish it always. Passes it to Arthur.
Green shimmer as Desmond takes his, then hands it.
Roderick hands his to Nell and says, go ahead, give it to him.
No. It has to come from you.
Mr. Magic Man, I don't know a lot about magic, but I know that there is something going on here.
There is something going on, but it is not nefarious, I assure you.
Uh-huh.
And make an insight against that.
Sure. Seems like he's being very just and upfront about it.
I'll Not at Roderick.
He's being kind out of spite for Quill Eyes. Just take it.
He flips the coin in his direction.
He like catches it and he just gives you a look for a second, and he sets all 4 of them down side by side, and he pulls out 4 pieces of paper, and he starts writing on it, and then he turns them and he passes them over to you, and he says, "These are your official membership dues and contract. You'll see at the bottom that I put paid in full, and I have signed it myself. I need you all to sign underneath. Feel free to read it if you want to. It's boring, but if you are under some suspicion that I'm up to something here, it is all laid out there for you. It is the standard contract of membership that everybody signs when they join."
I don't hope to offend or anything. I don't assume any kind of treachery, but Desmond like twists his glasses and he starts reading.
Nell just signs it and hands it back.
As you hand it back, he reaches in his drawer, he pulls out a little membership badge, and he's like, "Congratulations!" And he hands you your membership.
Thank
And he
you,
takes
sir.
it and he neatly puts it into a little plastic container that's on the side with other stacks of paper on it.
I'll briefly glance over it, see if there's anything noteworthy that I have to, rules I have to abide by or anything like that.
Sure. Give me an investigation roll. Desmond, I guess you should too, if you're looking for anything. The only real thing that you see on here, so you see that there is the membership where it talks about the platinum that's due monthly, and you see that it has a line struck through it, and he has his initials on it. And the other thing that it says on there is, as a member, that you are required once a year to either set up a booth during one of these events, or that you are to donate a item of your creation to the guild. That is your stipulation for it. Jay, it's more than a platinum monthly.
10 platinum.
So it's crossed out, so we don't owe any more dues ever.
Correct. Your membership is paid in full.
Either way.
So wait, how often is it that we have to show up? Once a year? To make a booth?
Per the contract, you either have to show up once a year and set up an exhibit, as you've seen others doing here today, or you must donate one item of your creation to the guild.
And would we be allowed to do a joint booth where it would be all of us, so we don't have to make a lot of things?
We could
'cause
do
I'm kind
4.
of just metal.
We could do 4 booths put together to make one, but you would each be required to have your wares on display.
Sure, I will figure this out.
Yep.
I will most certainly be doing the donation.
Right, that was an option too.
And just know, there is no requirement on the item that you donate. It could be anything of your choice. Just know that it will be displayed with your name next to it, so others will know that it is your craftsmanship.
It's gonna be one hell of a health potion.
Is
It's the
the
only
item
thing I know how to make, sir.
is the item donated going to be up for sale, or is it going to be for use for the guild?
It depends. It could be auctioned off when we do our quarterly auctions. It could be something that we memorialize and we just hang in the walls. It could be something that, if there is good use of it, we would be used within the guild, but we would get your permission before doing so.
Okay.
Everything
I
that
have
we
no
do is
problem.
to perpetuate the growth and awareness for everybody here.
I have no problem donating for the betterment of the guild, but I do have concerns about letting anybody have access to my creations.
Then
So
just make sure you make your stipulations known before you donate.
understood.
Again, everything that we do is to better the guild. You don't have a successful guild that charges 100 gold a month for membership and not promote its growth. The more it grows, the more it makes. So we invest back. Not to mention, this building, rent, not cheap.
No, it's quite the building.
Also, if you are not a resident of Durian, you'll know that you'll likely not know that taxes here are
Very high.
very high. The new Baron has set standards that are not the most liked choices.
Makes the poor poor.
Yeah, if it helps any, he makes the rich poorer too. He makes everyone that isn't him poorer, from as far as I can tell.
Yeah.
He's looking at Desmond like, any other questions, concerns about this?
What, besides being able to purchase items here, obviously, other I can't think of the word.
Benefits to membership.
Yeah, benefits.
You have access to all of the tools and stations that are available here. You have the option to have tutelage from members of the guild that may be more advanced in areas that you wish to learn.
I apologize. Tutelage?
Yeah, if you wish to be trained by them to
Oh.
learn how to make better things.
Got it.
There are master crafters here that have been doing things collectively for eons of experience. And they will be at your disposal. Plus, if you sell your wares here, you have yourselves sort of front row seats towards people that are hungry to buy these things. The people that show up for these events, they want to buy something from the Artisan Guild. There is a certain status, social status effect that it has, that I'm not quite sure where it started from, but I don't argue it.
Okay, well, I'm not going to say no to copper for our membership. And Desmond signs it and hands it over.
He pulls a little badge out. Congratulations on your membership. Puts it into a little tray. And you see every time that he gives one of them out, he takes the copper and very meticulously slides it next to that contract that he pulled out. And then he sort of leans in and he's looking at Roderick. Go on. What questions do you have?
I got nothing. They said you're good. Good is good.
All right, just sign at the bottom and I'll hand you your badge.
Takes it and starts kind of mimicking like what Nell wrote.
He signs Nilosaurus.
He doesn't even look at your signature. Like you scribble something down, he takes it, hands you your badge, slides the copper over, and he goes, and I want you all to make sure that you tell Quillwise how generous this offer was, and that I wouldn't allow you to pay more than a copper for this membership.
Would you like to tell him yourself?
No.
You have a sense stone.
No, if I wanted to reach him, I could reach him easily. But
You'd be straight in his head, and I know it.
let him know I'm not giving this thing up that easy. And he
Are you sure this isn't why you've had it for centuries?
just looks at you, squints a little bit, picks up the contract, picks up the 4 copper, walks over to his safe. See him fiddle around with it for a few minutes, pops it open, throws everything in there. You hear the chain jingle. He shuts it, closes it. He's like, now, were there any other matters that you wish to discuss?
Times has this been attempted to be cashed in.
Is there anything else that you would like to discuss?
I have one off-topic question that I would like to pick your brain about.
Sure.
At least just your initial thoughts.
Sure.
You are dabbling in combining spells or altering.
Yes.
I am currently looking for vessels that house great magical power to fuel something similar.
Okay. Can you be more specific? What is the use of, and what is the scale of said use?
Scale would probably be about 4 times the size of durian. Minimum.
He's like taking a sip out of a mug as you say it. He's like, okay.
And it would be a combination of shaping earth, levitation, and planar travel, along with people involved as well.
Well, what you are suggesting would likely take a great deal of knowledge in transmutation and off the top of my head, I don't know of anything outside of a deity that would have the ability to do that as a single being. So
But
it would
as a
likely take
ritual-
multiple, yes.
With multiple people along with, and he pulls out like one of his gems from his backpack, larger gems as a conduit for magical power.
He like reached out. He's like, "May I?"
Sure. And hands it over.
So he looks at it. He's like, "Well, this looks like it would probably do a decent job of maintaining, but." He sort of like, he spins it around and he's just looking at it. He's like, the amount of people it would take to do this The last time I seen someone attempt something similar to that was during the Battle of Durian, when the city was overtaken by Vardrak. It took 12 people to maintain a barrier around the city walls to protect it. And as soon as one of the 12 fell, the barrier dropped.
If it took 12 to maintain it, if they had 13 and one dropped, would that still hold the barrier?
Theoretically. But if you're talking 4 times the size of Durian, you're talking about 4 times the people. Maybe more. Magic's not exactly math. It doesn't scale multiplicatively. It scales exponentially. So if it took 12 people for the perimeter of this city, 4 times the size of this area, it could take 50, 100 people. And they would all need to be exceptionally powerful in the magic that they were doing. So theoretically, it's possible.
Doesn't like points. Theoretically, it's possible. Correct. I just wanted to confirm that with someone because as of yet, I am the only one that thinks it is possible.
This reminds me of what the wizarding school would call forbidden magic. Ancient arcane spells that have been outlawed for existence, but theoretically possible. If you have something in mind with this, I wouldn't mind setting up time and discussing it in more detail on a day that's not today, unfortunately. You've piqued my interest.
Oh, we are members now, so we will be back. And like I said, I very much am interested in working with you in whatever you have going, or if I have interested you, we can theory craft.
I may take you up on that. This is an interesting concept I would like to explore. Obviously, we would have to start off in smaller scale, but well, you've given me much to think about. I apologize for cutting this short, but I must get back to the festivities, and I hope you all enjoy yourselves. Enjoy this membership. That badge, wield that with pride. You will be looked up from members of this city just for having it.
Thank you for your generosity.
Yes, generosity. Exactly. And make sure you tell Quillwise how generous I was.
It was a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Arthur.
And you. And then he gets up and he sort of like motions for you all to get out, and he kind of would follow behind, and as you walk out, he knocks on the door twice, and the door closes, and he puts a little key back into it, and you hear clunk.
So is the big clunk also not real? Or
No, that's very much real.
wow.
That is a mithril lock.
Very big one,
Okay,
apparently.
toodles! And then he walks away. We're back in a second.
I want a snack.
That's I don't know what you're talking about.
So See, Sin had to mention Taco Bell to Brittany, and now Brittany wanted Taco Bell, so now I have Taco Bell for dinner.
Damn it, Sin.
Oh darn.
Got me eating this delicious Taco Bell.
I don't know what you're talking about.
All right. So, as he walks away from you, he sort of just reintegrates with the crowd, and you see him sort of get lost in the people that are all taller than him.
Oh, this was unexpectedly useful.
Yeah. I'm not. I want to ask Quillwise now what it was.
I'm sure we'll get the chance to. It seems like a story he would enjoy telling.
Yeah, especially him being that he won. What? You were saying you wanted a dagger, right, Desmond?
Yes.
And Nell, did you want a dagger? A claw of the order? Or you want something else?
I'm still thinking.
Roderick?
I only deal with things that go pew pew, so
You've got 2 swords tied to your back.
It doesn't have to be for
me.
fighting. Knives and
Exactly.
daggers could be used as tools.
Do you think the thing's big enough to be hollowed out into a holster? That'd be cool for a gun.
How big is this bear claw? So big enough to be a holster?
For his pistols, yeah, I'm sure it could be.
Holster, you hollow it out for gunpowder.
Yeah, you could
Could be
do.
a powder horn.
Yeah.
Big ass back scratcher.
Okay. I'm gonna make my way back to the dwarf who I talked to the other day, or earlier in the day.
I think I want a war pick.
What?
Put the big spiky on a stick and I swing it.
Okay.
I'm gonna go find food. It's free. Desmond takes off.
Nell is in tow with Desmond. As soon as he had said there was food and drink available for all attendees, Nell was like, "Food? Yes, let's go."
Roderick's following.
I guess I'm going alone.
All right. Thrain, was there anything particular that you wanted to discuss with the dwarf?
Commissioning two sleeves for the daggers, holsters, whatever you want to call them. Sheath. Thank you, brain.
You want 2 dagger holders?
Mm-hmm.
Your best dagger holders?
Dwarfs just gonna fucking ignore you.
Like, it's okay, little buddy. I'll make some dagger holders for you. Pat you on the head. I did not write this down. Did we discuss the price for this already?
It was a plat or 2 a piece. I don't remember. I think it was. I think it was a plat a piece. Because I was trying to count the change to see how much I would have if I bit the bullet and paid full price.
Okay. Yeah, so you head back and they recognize you and they're like, "It's been weighing on you, huh?"
Bit the bullet.
Oh, did you become a member?
I did.
Don't take this the wrong way, but do you have a?
Oh.
Okay.
I do actually.
It's like, Ian, understand this
Yeah,
wasn't
I get
against
it.
you personally. We've just had a lot of people who have tried pulling that before.
I've thought
Just
about
look
it for about half a second.
They look at it and they're like, well, I'm glad you decided to do it. I think that you'll really enjoy your time here. And if I remember correctly, you were looking for some sheets, correct?
Yes. And now I'll pull out my quality order and one of the other ones. Because is mine shaped any different slightly, or is it
I mean, there's probably some nuance to it, but for the most part, I would say they're probably fairly similar.
okay? Yeah, I'll pull out mine.
Okay, how many are you looking to commission?
Let's do 2.
Okay. Give me a persuasion roll. Seeing how you went and got the membership after we talked about this, and you've only been gone for 20 minutes, I assume that you went right after talking to me. I take that as a compliment. So here's what I'll do for you. I'll do 2 of them for a plat. 2 for the price of 1.
Thank you.
And then she's like, "Can I see that for a second, please?"
Yes, yes.
And takes it and she sets it down and she measures it and she's like, "Any color preferences?"
Looks down at himself. Black.
For both?
Yes.
Okay.
You have green?
We can do green.
1 black, 1 green.
She pulls out this this board and it has like all these tacked on pieces of leather squares and she's like, "I could do any of these colors." And you just have like this swatch of colors and different, variations. She's like, "And if you want something that's not on here, we could do it, but it'd probably cost a little bit extra."
No, I think I just do both of them black.
Black it is. She's like, "And is there any certain time frame you're looking to have this done by?"
Not really. If do you think end of the day is possible, or do you need longer?
So, that depends. You willing to pay a rush service fee?
5 gold sound alright?
5 gold. I can have them done by midday tomorrow.
That works.
All right. And she goes to this piece of paper and she just scribbles some things down, and she writes the measurements next to it, and she hands you the dagger back. She's like, "All right, by this time tomorrow, everything will be ready for you."
Meet you here?
Yep. Since how you're new, all you got to do is show them the badge at the door, and they'll let you right in.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. And she reaches out. She gives you a big, hearty handshake. And she's like, "You made a great choice."
Heard.
The 3 of you, as you kind of venture off, you can see where a lot of the crowd is kind of gathered into this area, and they have like this big long table with like trays of food in it, and then they have like a couple people like off on their own. They have kiosks set up that like their specific trade is provisioning. So you have people that have a little bit more prestigious food. Most of that is for pay. And then you have the free food that's out there that everybody can partake in as well.
Every single piece of free food, a little bit of it will end up on Nell's plate. they want to try it all.
Sure. And as you're doing that, one of the people that have their own little booth set up, they see you kind of doing this, and they're like, "Psst, hey, you."
Hey kid, you want to buy some drugs? Sorry, just the way you did it.
That's very much the nature of this conversation.
Nell turns to the person looking surprised.
It's like, I see you have a varying palate for food. I got something that's gonna blow your mind. What's your favorite food that you've ever had, ever?
That's a hard one. I think it had to be stewed boar.
He opens up this he has like this container, and it's like a fine like pottery container, and he like opens up the lid for it, and he grabs a fork and he sticks it in, and he pulls out this thing that looks like a meatball, but it is like pure white, and he's like, try this.
Nell grabs it. They're gonna sniff it first.
It has no smell whatsoever.
They're going to furrow their brows at the person and very slowly put it in their mouth.
As you do, it tastes exactly like stewed boar.
Ooh. That's not fair.
This right here could be anything that you want it to be. If there is a flavor that you can think of, you can will that flavor into this meal.
Out of game, this would be so frickin' convenient for those moments when I don't know what exactly it is I'm craving, but my brain's giving me this idea of a flavor. I want it.
And then he looks at you and he's like, just in case you don't believe me, think of any other food.
Cranberry orange tarts.
Opens up the pottery, takes another fork, puts it in there, hands you the second one.
They grab it and happily go to bring it towards your mouth and like, wait a minute. You're not charging me for these, are you?
No. First hit's free.
Okay. Whoop. There is tastes exactly how Nell's imagining and all that.
Yeah, exactly like it. And then he takes it, opens it up, takes a third one, puts it in here, and he holds it in front of you and he goes, think of something you've never tried before. Think of something that no one's ever tried before and how delicious it may be. And then he hands you the fork. He's like, you don't even have to say it out loud. Tastes exactly like that.
That is fascinating. How do you even develop something like that?
This has been my entire life's creation. I call it Flavor Flux Delight. It is as much provisioning as it is alchemical. It's completely safe, fully digestible, and
I should hope so. I just ate 3.
he chuckles and he's like, I rest assured, for someone who has such an eclectic palate, where you have a plate full of different foods, and you want to try the gamut, this is the perfect thing for that. And for members, they're only 1 gold each. Perfect for long trips where you're surviving on rations and you want a little break from the nuts and the barley.
Now puts down 2 platinum.
His eyes widen for a second, and he gives you a big warm smile. He's like, "That's very generous." And he opens up the pot and he pulls out this little paper bag, and he takes his little toothpick and he just counts them out. And he's like, "For buying so many, I gave you 5 extra. Here's 25 of them.
Well, thank you so much.
And
I
make
really
sure you
appreciate
share
it.
this around. Let others know."
Oh, I fully intend to.
He goes,
I'm
"But
very excited.
set the expectation that I'm low on stock." And he kind of smiles. He goes,
I didn't mean to buy them all. Oh no! Nestor's walking away.
All right. And for everybody else, there's food, drink, whatever you can pretty much think of is here in some capacity.
Nella's basically excitedly walking over to Desmond at this point. With one of them on the toothpick. Whatever your favorite meal is back home, imagine it and eat this, and it's gonna taste exactly like it. Trust me, it works. I tried it with 3 different flavors.
That's okay.
One of the food vendors here, I know, it's wild, and I know that, you know, everything's so different here. I'm sure there's cuisine that you're missing back home.
Desmond's gonna like grab the toothpick from Nell and hold it up to like his eye and like inspect it.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at it, it looks like a meatball. It looks like some sort of meat, but it is completely white, just absent of any pigmentation.
And slowly he'll finally eat it.
And whatever you were thinking of, it tastes exactly like that. So if there's some exotic meal or something that you've been missing from back home, like, this is the first time in months you've experienced that flavor.
Desmond doesn't really like say anything and like just stares off in the distance.
Yeah,
just
first
gave-
when they handed me, I just imagined one of my favorite meals from my childhood that I haven't had, and they just took me back to.
You just
What's it like
gave
in Shadowfell?
you just gave Desmond a coming of Jesus moment here.
Oh!
If you could see his eyes, they're chibi.
I can't see his eyes unless they popped straight out the mask. I may have bought a lot of them. They shake the bag. And I'm more than willing to share. But he is selling them for 1 gold apiece.
Desmond's like spinning the toothpick around in his fingers. I probably shouldn't be eating a lot of these. If I'm being honest, I don't even know the name of the food that I was thinking of. But it's something that my caretaker used to make for us. Would sneak in for me and my sister. It's, I guess, the only real home cooked meal from someone that cared about us that I would ever receive. Like everything from the chefs and the castle would just be
No love in it.
right. How I never got a cooked meal from my mother or my father once.
I mean, considering their status, I would be surprised if they wouldn't know how if they tried.
But Madame Ein made sure I got at least one of these on my birthday every year.
She sounds wonderful.
And scary.
As maternal figures usually can be. I'm glad I could bring you a piece of home.
And he clips his mask thing closed. I don't think any of the other food here is gonna quite taste the same after that.
Nell wiggles the bag again. It's not like I don't have 24 more in here. Yes, I did just drop 2 plat on food.
Um, let me know before you give some to our friends. I want to see their faces.
Absolutely.
And I figure around this time, Thrain is probably reintegrating with the group.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to waste one, but I wonder what happens if you're not thinking of a flavor and you eat one. So how's everyone doing?
Doing good. Just spent. How long are we planning on being here?
I don't think we had a time frame.
Cool. Can we wait till tomorrow to leave tomorrow evening?
Sure, it's not like we are on a tight schedule anyways, and I need to visit Shogun and see if he'll be okay to travel to Truded, and will it have at least a paladin on site? Even if he is very old.
I would leaving after another day would be nice. That way I can do my one donation for the year.
Smart.
I mean, I have a thought. I might donate one of these as I pull out the spare daggers that I have. One of the spare daggers.
I
I
am
thought we
thinking
5 claws to make daggers, though.
3 claws left, and I have 3 daggers.
That is how
6
math
total.
works. Hey,
I'm thinking of donating something that is native to my homeworld, but very useful in arcane study.
then I'm sure they would greatly appreciate it. We do also probably want to go visit Baron Blackwater, as he did have more information he wanted to share about the whole. Looks around at all the people, you know.
Yeah. And he like straightens out his clothes. Shall we do that tonight? Today?
That means we gotta put our fancy clothes on.
What, you don't want to try them on? I'm kind of excited about it.
Oh. Speaking of putting our fancy clothes on, and Desmond grabs his collar and flicks it, and from the collar, a shimmer of white envelops him, and his clothes change into his new clothes.
Well, that's fun. Is that what you've been working on?
Roderick is standing behind Thrain with this like whole platter just full of like everything, and his mouth absolutely full. Like, how'd you do that?
Oh, hey, Roger. Oh, hey, thanks for bought me some.
He lowers it and like,
This is the project I've been working on the past 2 days.
So does it have to be an article of clothing in your possession, or does it just any that you imagine? What is this?
So I originated on my adventuring attire, and any clothes that I own, I put in similar markings, and that gets absorbed into that.
Got it. Okay.
You can only store 5, but
5 is still a lot. A lot of changes of clothes for just going.
I might need to make a few more.
yeah, I want one too.
I think I got the hang of how to do it, so it shouldn't be too hard to replicate.
Do you have to have the articles of clothing on you, or could you technically have them stored somewhere?
I need to physically put the markings on whatever you want your
Well, yes, I
array
understand that,
to
but
be.
if you were to do that, and then I take the item and I, like, put it in my dresser at my home, and then we are halfway across the continent, still possible to shift into it?
Oh, that article of clothing is gone.
Oh, it gets absorbed. Okay. Sorry, I thought it just started to look like it.
No, it's condensed, easier to travel.
For sure.
All right. Well, I'm dressed.
Melissa, it's not that easy for.
Pops his collar again.
Looks down at plate. We can do this later.
Roderick's like wiping sauce off of his coat. Yeah, I'm good.
Desmond's just looking at you with a twitching eye.
Right.
All right.
Is there like any wine and stuff being served here?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes.
Desmond will go drink some of those as we end the night here.
Nell's going to follow whatever fancy shit he does with a wine glass to do swirls or whatever, like anybody would do in an actual wine tasting. Nell's just gonna copy because they have no idea what they're doing.
If you guys are actually like doing wine and being all fancy about it, you'll get approached by this elf, and very tall, very slender, very gaunt, like sharp features. Uh, White hair with like a receding hairline pulled back into a ponytail, but this fine tailored charcoal suit with yellow accents on it. And he's like, "You seem to have a particular taste of wine."
At the moment, I'm favoring the last sip.
I've paid attention to your choices, and you haven't picked a bottle that isn't older than most people here. I think I have something that may satisfy your palate, but I must warn you up front, it is not free.
About how not free is it?
Normal price would be a platinum a glass, but I'll let you try the first one for 7 gold if you wish to try. And before you make your decision, this bottle is from the first era. And then he just turns around without saying anything and he just walks towards his area.
This guy fucking nuts.
Doesn't really say anything either. He just like folds his hands behind his back and just follows.
Now goes to look at Desmond like this fucking guy, and then sees that Desmond's following. He's like, right, he's rich, and just follows him.
You'll see Thrain follow as well.
Just
You
out of
mentioned alcohol.
curiosity, like Nell's not gonna ask for a super expensive thing. He just wants to watch Des.
You mentioned alcohol. Thrain's following.
So he gets back to his table and he sits down and he looks over at you all kind of joining him, and he reaches down to his side and he pulls out this old bag that's only about, I don't know, maybe 8 inches by 8 inches or so. Old leather bag, like aged by time. You can tell this thing has been around forever. And he sets it down on the table and he unbuttons it very meticulously, and he reaches his entire arm in this thing and he pulls out this bottle that's we'll say probably about 10 inches by 4 inches, and it is made of obsidian. There's no label on it, and the top of the bottle, it has a wax seal to it. And he says, I've maybe opened this bottle 4 times, and each time I reseal it with wax. And he opens it, and he pulls out this glass that's basically like a wine glass without the stem. And he holds it in his hand, and he pours, maybe about 1.5 inches of wine into it, and he just hands it over to Desmond. And then he pours himself a little glass, and he begins to swirl it around, and he smells it. And he's like, they just don't make things like this anymore. He takes a little sip of it, and he just closes his eyes, and he's... And then he just watches you for your reaction.
Desmond's like holding it. Even if they do, no one here is going to live to see it reach this level.
Very true.
Desmond will take his sip.
And it has a very subtle sweetness to it, but otherwise it's a fairly dry wine. But it is smooth. It is super super smooth, and then the back end tones are really really bright. Like that's where you start getting the flavor for it. It's not on the front sip of it. It's like after you swallow it and you breathe, you start getting that flavor. And it likely tastes like no wine you've ever had.
I'm assuming in a good way.
Yes, yeah.
Like,
If you like
oh!
wine. If you don't like wine, probably not. Or if you if you want like a bottle of, like boxed wine, probably not gonna like this wine.
Leave me and my Moscato alone.
Desmond like stays silent for probably a good minute, then starts swirling it around again. Easily the most impressive thing I've seen at tonight's festivities.
He just gives you a soft little smirk and he's like, I knew you were a man who'd appreciate something like this. This is something that I typically don't even mention to people here. No offense to your friends or anything, but they're more like the commoners here in the sense of their flavor of drink. Not many people truly appreciate a good wine.
And Desmond's just like holding it up to him, his nose, smelling it again.
It's like, what do you think they made it with?
And like looks down into it. I've never tasted anything close to this in this region. I don't think I can make an educated guess. It might not exist anymore.
I fear that may be the case. A friend of mine is a sommelier, and that seems to be his professional opinion of it as well. Is it some long extinct variant of a berry? And then he like kind of looks over at the bottle. He's like, I've had this bottle for nearly 700 years. I can't say that there won't be a part of me missing when it's gone.
About how much is left in it?
He picks it up and he kind of shakes it a little bit. He's like, a little less than half now.
Well, I do very much appreciate you sharing this with me. But Desmond looks around. I don't know if I personally would have it out in the open for as long as it's been out at the moment.
He smiles. He's like, I assure you, this is one of the safest places for it to be. If someone were to try to grab this and run off with it, they wouldn't make it to the door.
I'm sure it is plenty safe, but the the emotional impact of someone grabbing it who wasn't supposed to might be a little too much to handle.
He chuckles. He's like, I may elicit a rage I haven't conjured in years. And he takes it and he puts it back in the bag. He can reach in and gently put it down. And he buttons it back up and he kind of takes it and sets it in his lap. He's like, where are you from? Share me a story about you and we'll call the drink even.
I am from a dark and dry kingdom about 4 or more times the size of Durian. Up in the up in our manor, in our castle, we had an entire wing, a warehouse full of old kegs, lined wall to wall with different types of brews and aging wines and just everything. As I was coming of age, I would often sneak in there and just get a little taste of what I can. And I soon learned that some some of the wine needs time to age before it can be thoroughly enjoyed. But the one time I did get caught, I believe it was our second to oldest batch. And Desmond like pulls up his gloves a little bit to reveal the color of his skin. My father got so mad, his skin turned the brightest red I have ever seen. Redder than the wine I was drinking, redder than blood being spilt. From then on, I appreciate. That's where I earned my appreciation, and any chance that someone has to share theirs, I don't really give it a second thought. I don't question them. I indulge and try to offer my experiences as well.
Your kingdom sounds fascinating. I can't think of any place that resembles what you described that I know of here on Aragus, at least.
Huh? You would be correct in that assessment. He just holds up a finger to his mouth.
He just smiles. He said, you're better than me in that aspect. An uncle of mine thought himself fancy with brewing and used to make wines with a basilisk's head in the cask.
That's sure he
Disgusting.
got a different flavor.
It would certainly get you drunk. I think that it may have killed a few people. Literally.
I don't think I want to accidentally drink a meaty bit in a fresh bottle of wine. That sounds terrifying and gross. That's all
It-
I could think. It's like, what if some got in?
It it was very interesting to say the least. It would coat your mouth and numb it. And more than just a few sips made me sick to my stomach. But he could drink it like water. Old Drunk was the strongest person I ever met. And he like raises his glass up and he's like, to father figures. And he takes a little sip.
Indeed.
Nell looks at the ground. I ain't got no daddy.
Well, your company was a welcome break from the usual chit chat I have here.
So I'm quite happy I came across your presence. And Desmond will like pull out his handkerchief, clean off his glass, and hand it back.
He gives you a little nod and he just slides it back.
And a green shimmer on the handkerchief as he tucks it away. Then Desmond will stand up, reach out a hand. Desmond Dusk II.
He stands up, he shakes it. He's like, Del Lanvier of House Mooncrest.
Well, it was certainly a pleasure.
The pleasure is mine. If you are interested in any more winery or conversation, this is my contribution to the guild. And he kind of like just motions over towards this small little dais of bottles that he has next to him. He said, while I would dissuade you from trying one of these after having what you just had, they are, in their own right, very excellent blends.
Desmond will pull out 5 gold and put it on the table in front of him.
He'll
I'm
give you a
sure.
bottle when you do that, though. He's like, I can't just take it, so take one of these. I'm sure you'll enjoy it.
I have no doubts. And he'll tuck the bottle away. Until next time. And Desmond will get his stuff and start heading out.
All right. John, you've been quiet this whole time. Is Roderick doing anything?
Not really. He's not the talking guy, so he's just waiting for, everyone to finish doing what they're doing.
All right. Is there anything else that you guys want to do while you're in here?
Nope.
Not really. No.
All right. So you all, finish your lap around this building, and you're there for a couple hours probably, seeing everything. And when you head outside, it's starting to get like the sun's starting to set. It's dusk. Uh, did you plan on heading to the castle now, or was this something you wanted to do in the morning?
I don't remember.
I think
What
we're
was
sleeping
the
tonight.
what was the Baron's attitude towards us showing up first thing in the morning the last time we did it? I don't remember.
Well, like he was too happy about that early.
We were
Didn't
supposed
he tell
to.
us to arrive first thing in the morning, though?
I don't remember.
Around.
We need to pick up the sheaths by this time tomorrow, so we have some time.
We do.
Have to be first thing in the morning. But I say we go to the castle tomorrow. Get some rest and try to enjoy ourselves tonight.
Tomorrow we
Definitely.
can go to the castle, find Shogun, and I don't think we had anything else.
Go to Nell's
Back-
house, pull out the board games.
Just relax for the night.
Okay.
Yep.
Sounds great.
Been a long week. 2 weeks.
Some of us died.
2 of us are still dead. Depending on who you ask.
True.
Very tragic.
Nell, give me a perception roll, please.
Listen, we should know by now that Nell can't do that. You know what? Fuck it. Let's use my inspiration on that.
Wow.
Go ahead.
Hey!
That's better.
All right, so you guys are heading to Nell's house, and kind of just staying in tonight, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, so you head back there. Nothing really noteworthy happens. You guys are playing board games and whatnot. Are you guys making any friendly bets with one another on anything, or is it just more casual playtime?
I feel like we're just relaxing and enjoying ourselves in a we're not running off to potentially die tomorrow sort of
Mhm.
attitude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We
Pulling
don't
out
always
the,
get those nights.
Gonna pull out the alchemy jug and just have a set to booze.
Turn this dial to booze. Nell's going to take out their latest purchase and put one on. Use some toothpicks to hand one to Thrain and Roderick. Okay. So whatever flavor you think of, this becomes. You can think of even flavors you've never tasted before.
This is a few drinks in, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay. What in the paladin nonsense is this now?
Well, this ain't no paladin nonsense. This
The
It's
gifts
a
from the
Flavor
gods.
Flux Delight. I bought it
Oh.
at the. Bought them. I bought them at the Artisan Guild. They work. It's great.
Roger just grabs one and puts it in his mouth. Doesn't taste like anything.
Because it turns into whatever flavor you're thinking of.
I didn't know what flavor it was, so I didn't think of anything.
So
I've never had one before.
So hold on. There is a cadence for this. And if you don't believe me, Megan, hit the info button on the Flavor Flux Delight in your inventory. Don't think that I thought
You made a whole fucking magic item for this.
Don't think that I didn't think this through, that you guys would try some shit like that.
It just defaults to taste like chicken.
Yeah,
What's that second paragraph say?
if you eat the Flavor Flux Delight without thinking of any flavor, it would taste like a perfectly balanced, neutral meal with subtle hints of common, universally pleasant flavors. Imagine a gentle blend of fresh baked bread, lightly salted butter, and a hint of sweet honey, offering a soothing and satisfying experience that pleases the palate without overwhelming any senses.
So by default, it'll just be a good tasting thing.
Yeah, it's like a good something.
Yeah, like
All right. Yeah, it's good. You look like you were expecting something.
Because whatever taste you imagine.
Wait, what was in this? Should I spit it out, Desmond?
No, you just apparently didn't understand what I was saying.
No, I didn't.
Yeah.
How much you tell him how much he spent on this?
1 gold each.
That is a choice.
Okay.
Mhm.
What is your favorite food in the entire world, Roderick? Or the best meal you've ever had?
Good direwolf steak.
One more. Keep that flavor in your mind and have another.
Desmond, you sure this isn't a trap?
Don't worry, I had one too.
Mm-hmm.
Brain's sitting there looking back and forth between his and Roderick's. Right, his and Roderick, just watching.
Do I think of it like I do with the mind link thing?
Don't hurt yourself.
All right. Ooh. All right. Reaches in the bag for another.
You're lucky too. You wasted your first one.
Well, you don't give good instructions.
You don't listen well. Looks at Thorane, smiling. Now you.
Take a bite. No, eat the whole thing because you said it's small.
Yep.
It's like nugget.
Get on a stick.
Nuggets now.
His eyes will just glaze over with memories. Thinking back to
Oh, Sharonda.
Yep, it does taste like her.
It's Sharonda!
Don't worry about it.
Brain just slides a gold over.
just of an old meal his mother used to make. just reminiscing the flavors. Rather bland flavors, but flavors.
It's like just eats it. Mom, you were a horrible cook.
God, this tastes terrible, just like I remember it.
Not even. It's just dwarves don't have that much of a flavorful palate.
Like with some salt have killed you.
Please, it's dwarf. Pretty sure salt is the only seasoning they know.
Salt and ale.
I'm just hoping out of the 21 you have left that someone has an intrusive thought. Like, I wonder what. Oh! It's exactly like I thought it would be.
Does it have to be a food?
It does not specify that it has to be a food.
It does not have to be a food.
All right,
Wow.
I ain't touching that bag.
Right.
It just has to have a flavor.
Oh,
Fantastic.
So y'all have what, a gallon of alcohol?
2.
2 gallons of alcohol.
Board games and a night to ourselves.
And, you know, after you have your night, wake up the next morning at whatever time you want. You have no urgency. There's no calling for you to need to be somewhere at some certain time. Probably one of the first times in a while that it's just like, you just get to do you.
nice.
Well, now I'm thinking about what the hell I'm going to do tomorrow morning.
Right, well, shit, I don't know what to do if I ain't got no urgency.
Yeah, I was like, oh, that sounds wonderful. It's like, wait, I can do that tomorrow morning.
Does anyone have any crafting supplies that they can spare?
Of course.
Ew.
I am going to make something and hand it over to the guild so I don't have to worry about that.
Oh, yeah. Let's see. In this downtime, I'm gonna start making another dagger. No, not a dagger, a war pick.
Yay!
I'm gonna make the executive decision that you probably don't have a downtime that night. If you want to do it in the morning, I guess, whatever. Then
It is in
yeah.
the morning.
Sure.
There was too much drinking going on for me to have downtime.
Yeah. Our downtime was the drinking.
I'm about to say that's what my thoughts were.
So if we're not in any rush in the morning, start making the beginnings of the war pick. I'll need more materials than just the claw. But
Sure. Desmond, what are you making?
I got this shit pulled up somewhere. He is going to make a spell shard.
Okay. And what are you crafting it to look like?
It's gonna be like in a diamond shape of one of his black crystals, but in like a vice. So like a steel colored vice that surrounds it on 4 sides.
Okay. Go ahead and spend your materials and make your roll.
Mel, did you give the materials?
Oh,
Or do you need me to?
I can do it. I have 33.
Yeah, now you got 23.
Sure do.
And that does not make it.
That does it?
No, it's a 15, isn't it? Oh wait,
It's
no,
a
it's a
common.
12. It's a 12 for
At level.
at level. Yeah, okay. For some reason, I was thinking it was 15 at level, but no, 12. So okay, you're good. Thrain, go ahead and make yours. Didn't we determine that those that the daggers are +1s?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so you need to make a 15 then.
Yes.
So spend.
I
your
gotta do the
10
hard thing.
Yeah. You gotta spend your 10 uncommons and
Uncommon. I'm gonna just. Can I just start with the? Oh no, I'd have to spend all uncommon, even including with the claw. So, I shall wait.
I
okay.
have some uncommon if you need some.
You have at least 10.
I have 8.
I have some uncommon. I do not have uncommon.
You lied. We'll just have to keep our eye out while we're at then.
Yes.
All right. Anybody else doing anything?
I want to practice bullet making.
You got the 10 common materials?
Oh, I gotta use materials now.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Got you. You're good.
Alright, cool. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Roderick, I'm stealing the sending stone. Starts digging through his bag.
Damn.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Wait, no, it wouldn't be that high because it's not an attack. It's in your skills.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah.
That's still
There it is.
18.
Okay.
Yeah.
Still at 18. I think it's still a success. Yeah, you can go ahead and take another little bullet off of your ammo.
Yep.
And Nell, are you doing anything?
Nell has taken the sending stone from Roderick's bag and is going to use it to, of course, contact Quillwise, but then say, "Can you pass this to my mom?"
So as you start speaking into it, like after a few minutes, like you don't get any response, and then you just hear like your mom's voice, like, "Nell?"
Over here, Mom. It's the stone.
She's like, just keep talking. It's buried under everything.
Yeah, he's not the most cleanly person. Or rather, he's clean, but organized is more. He knows where it is. He knows where things are. We don't.
All of a sudden you hear a voice like close. She's like, "I don't think he does either. He actually left yesterday. He said that he had to go look into something about the Barradrill."
I really wish you would have let us know. But okay.
Where did he go?
He didn't say. He just said that he'd be back in 2 days.
Great. Okay, so we're currently back at the house. Is there anything you want us to grab while we're here?
She's like, "I think I got most of the stuff, but if you can fit any of my old clothes, I mean, I wouldn't mind having a couple more outfits available.
Of course, no problem.
Oh, and that old glass container that I used to make the juice in for you. Do you guys think you could take that?
Sure, Mom.
And
Nels just-
and I don't want to bother you, but is there any more yeast left? Because we're out of it here, and that would save a trip for going to the market if we have some still at the house. Maybe some sugar.
Nell's just chuckling as her mom's listing off all the things. He's like, okay, but it's gotta be a realistic item to take, as you have to remember that you're a few days walk away.
Okay. So maybe not the glass container.
That wouldn't be an issue. We have our bedrolls. We can wrap it up then.
Can more than definitely take the glass container. I just meant you're talking about baking supplies that you can easily purchase at the market.
Well, yeah, but look at you. You started coming into money, and all of a sudden, it's just okay to buy things that we already have, huh?
Damn.
It's hard to carry everything, but we can manage, sure.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I'll go walk to the market and buy some. Even though I know I have a container of it in the cupboard, third shelf on the left. But it's fine.
I got it.
Oh, make sure you grab that pink blouse.
Well,
At
Nell's
this point, Nell's just
talking.
running around the fucking house, like, essentially packing a new trunk for her mom.
Yeah, while Nell's talking and stuff, Desmond's gonna go third shelf, see if it's actually there.
Oh, yeah. Right there.
He, like,
Everything's
opens
evenly
it, like,
spaced, the labels are facing out. She's meticulous.
oh damn.
There's not much in there, because, money, but it's all very well put together.
Was there any note you wanted me to leave for Quillwise or anything?
Just that in the future, if you could please let us know before he goes off on an adventure, and perhaps that he should take the stone with him so we all can always contact each other in case things go wrong.
I'm not sure he'll listen, but I'll let him know.
Have him call us when he gets back.
I will. Are you guys being safe out there?
No.
Thanks, Desmond. We went to the Artisan Guild yesterday for the open house.
I haven't been to an open house in 3 years, I think. How was it?
Oh, it was nice. Lots of stuff to look at. The guild master is a friend of Quillwise's, actually. And Quillwise tried to cash in a favor to get us to be members, but he actually insisted that no, he's doing it out of the kindness of his own heart, so I guess I'm a member of the Artisan Guild now?
I don't know if you remember or not, but your dad actually planned on saving up to become a member one day. It was one of his dreams. He'd be proud.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, he had a small pouch of money that when he had a little bit extra, he would put into, hoping to save up one day to be able to do it. He knew he wouldn't be able to maintain the cost, but just being able to do it was something you wanted to do. And after, I had to use the money to make sure that the house stayed up, and so he'd be proud of you.
Thank you. It's really nice to hear.
But I think the most surprising thing of all this is that Quillwise has friends.
You're so mean. But yes, he has quite a few friends here in Durin. I'm surprised we honestly have never seen him. Although, if we did, we probably just didn't notice.
Yeah.
There's so many faces in the crowd. How are we to point out every single one that could have passed by us?
Especially when you're rolling 5s on perception checks.
Listen. Make classes. Additionally, I'll get a +1 to perception. Not a good roll.
Oh, honey, I gotta let you go. I have a pie in the oven and I'm seeing smoke. And then you hear her voice like trailing away as she's saying this.
No.
She's like, I'll let him know that you guys were reaching out to him.
Nell just hangs up and grabs all the things that they mentioned, that their mom had mentioned, and anything they can see that they feel like mom would want that.
I can make us a bag of holding if I have the supplies.
Yes.
You need.
Uncommon.
We'll go looking on our way home.
All right.
It seems to be an issue or carry weight.
Also, just the convenience of the size.
Yeah. I didn't bring one from home because you get sloppy having no limitations. But if it's going to continuously be an issue, I guess it was inevitable.
When your life's on the road, it ends up that way.
I am going to head into town. If anyone wants to come with, I'm going to stop by the Artisans Guild, hand over my little trinket, just holding up the thing he made. Does anyone else have any plans for today before we go to the Baron?
I mean,
Not I.
we could go to see my former master sooner rather than later, so if he says yes, he has a chance to pack.
Said you're heading to the Artisans Guild, right?
Yeah.
I'll go with you, grab those sheaths if you guys want to go see your old master. You do that.
Good night, Adam.
I'm good. Been a day. I'm fine.
All right. So, me, Thrain, we'll go to the Artisans Guild. You two go to your old friend, Paladin. Then we can meet up at the Baron's.
Sure. I guess we should put on Should we put on our fancy clothes now? It's just Blackwater. He knows who we are.
We should actually put them to use.
Guess so.
Okay.
Surprise your paladin friend showing up all fancy.
Showing up all fancy will be a surprise because he knows me as a dirt-faced kid begging for lessons. For probably half of his fucking life. Took a lot of convincing.
Does Nell have any, like, is their attire, like, scream paladin? Or
No.
is it just like, there's armor?
There's armor.
Okay.
They don't look like a paladin at all. They're just...
Fucking blue jeans and
They are
tank top.
just a person.
I was gonna say it might be better to show up in paladin attire. Be like, look at me. But he's gonna look at you and be like, ew.
Yeah.
It would be the same exact armor that they left in.
That shows no improvement whatsoever.
Look, I got a shield now.
Yeah.
And a tabard.
Right?
I have a shield and a tabard. Like, no. Nell still has oldish shit stuff and hasn't really upgraded because it's like, well, it works.
All right. So Desmond will
Doesn't
fix
matter if it's
that.
not pretty.
Desmond needs to make his party pretty.
Are you saying I'm not pretty?
You are saying, and I am repeating, yes. Like, oh, thank God I wasn't the first one to say it.
At least our color schemes match.
Okay, bye.
I'll not put the armor on and then put on the fancy clothes.
Switching to my fancy jacket.
All of us are leaving this little shack of a house in our fancy clothes.
You leave my house alone.
This fucking dump.
Very cozy. Just, I don't think we're going to Marion's in this stuff.
No.
Roderick's got the coat on without the sauce stain.
Uh-huh. That's right.
All right. So Desmond, Thrain, you're going to the Artisans Guild. Nell and Roderick going to Shogun's, or is Roderick going?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Well, seeing as Shogun is in Highwick, like right across the main road in that other neighborhood, you guys head out that way. Desmond, Thrain, you guys get to walk the long walk all the way over towards the East Walk side. So now as you show up, Shogun's house is essentially like it's a tri-level house and he's in the basement. So there's like a staircase headed up to the main level and a staircase headed down. And that bottom level, like the basement area, is where Shogun's at. And what is your like level of familiarity with him? Like, would you just walk right in? Would you knock? Like, what would the approach be like?
The approach is certainly to knock. Especially since he's not aware they're even in the area.
Okay.
No need to spook an old man. So they're definitely gonna knock, but she has been chasing him around for years, wanting him to train her. Like as soon as he got into the town, even when she like wasn't really old enough yet, the equivalent of an elven teenager, he was probably like fresh out of training. They were instantly like, I want to be a paladin. So they've kind of been around for a long time. They're friends at this point, but Nell certainly looks up to him as if he is much older and wiser, even though she is older than him.
Okay. And what? He's human, isn't he?
Half orc.
Half orc. Okay. So as you go there and knock on the door, you just hear a voice like, "Yeah, yes. Who is it?
It's Nell.
I didn't even know you were back in Durian."
I never know when I'm going to be back in Durian.
Well, let yourself in. I'm finishing up my morning exercise.
And in they go.
Was he wearing?
He's not.
Nothing.
So, Roderick, you walk in and see this gray-haired half-orc, completely in the buff. And he's doing push-ups as you walk in. And he, like, stops. And he looks at you both. And he's like, "You didn't mention you were bringing a friend." And he just continues doing it.
I apologize. This is Roderick. He's another member of the Eclipsean Order.
He gets up. He walks over. Reaches his hand out.
Nell is unfazed. This is completely normal.
He shakes his hand.
Like, well, if you're a friend of Nell's, you're welcome here. And then he just turns back around and he, like, picks up a bow staff and he, like, starts hitting this wooden target with it. And he's like, "So, what are you doing back in town?" It's like, "I thought you moved on to bigger, better things."
Moved on to. You sent me away. And I have certainly improved my skills, but I'm afraid we have more grim discussion to have.
He, like, stops. And he, like, sets the bow staff down. He's like, "Go ahead. Tell me."
You know the cultists that were here for the invasion that happened? That was not their first time being around. They created a monstrous being. And Nell's eyes start to well. And we lost the vast majority of the Order, including Ilarion.
He walks up and he, like, gives you a hug.
Bare ass naked still.
Naked.
It's sweaty as shit.
Just a fucking, like, 80-year-old dude, naked and sweaty, hugging.
Yeah, wrinkly in the face, like old, but like just ripped
Wall
and tight.
of a man everywhere
Yeah.
else.
Like body of a 20-year-old, face of an 80-year-old. And yeah, he gives you a hug and he's like, I'm sorry. I had wondered after the attack why we did not see more of the Orders present here. Now I know why.
There are only 5 of us left. Quillwise, who, of course, is the archivist, he just stays at the guild hall. Roderick, myself, and our other friends, Desmond and Thrain. We are attempting to find more recruits, something to attempt to re-strengthen the cause, and the order, and continue to bring hope and safety to the people. I know
Well.
it's a lot to ask, but I was hoping perhaps I could convince you to go to Truded. You wouldn't have to be an acting member that left and went to battle or anything like that. But to train newcomers while we are off running around doing missions and doing good while we can.
He like sighs for a second and he walks over to the far side of the room. There's this big wooden bucket and he like reaches in and grabs this wet sponge and he just starts like sponge bathing himself off. And he's like, you know, I don't do that anymore. I'm old now.
Old but plenty strong, plenty wise. You know the ways. It's not as if I'd be a paladin without you.
I feel your quest would have been completed with or without me. I was just a step along the way. The Order has been a pivotal member of Amethil's markup since the Orcus incident. And I would hate...
Hold on a second. Have we ever... Hold on. Never mind. I was very confused. I was just thinking that the Dracarys disappearing was the Orcus incident, and then I remembered more lore of Amethil. We're good.
And I would hate to see it fall apart because of something like this. Do you know the whereabouts of these cultists?
No. But we're working on it. And trying to figure out where they might strike next. And if Quillwise is right, then there are 11 different places that are possible, as they are the original 13 settlements of Amethil.
Well, if there's some puzzle to be solved, I'm sure he will solve it. You mentioned the 5 members. Do you have any recruits to be trained?
Not at the moment. That is something that we only just discussed yesterday with Quillwise, that we are going to try to start gathering.
I, in my heart, want to help. But I fear that having broken my oath, I may not be someone to look up to.
It's never stopped me.
Well, you don't have the taint of Oathbreaker.
Yes, I'm saying it's never stopped me from looking up to you.
Yes, but my oath was still intact back then. Had I probably wouldn't have been as welcomed here had I been. If this is what you are asking me to do, I will do it.
It will not be without compensation. You'll be well taken care of, and you'll get lots of my mom's cooking as she's there.
That will be a welcome payment. I don't ask for monetary compensation. Me giving back will be part of my penance.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Not to sound rude or anything, but is this whole Oathbreaker broken thing gonna be a problem? Like, what does that even mean?
It means I used to be part of the Jakarius army. I was trained as a paladin. But after the fall of Jakarius, I went against those teachings and broke the oath that I swore to. There's more of a stain to my name. My last name has been erased from the books. For you, it means nothing. For me, it was life-altering.
Okay, so this is gonna be like a redemption thing, you helping us, and we fix your taint and all that, and we're good?
That sounds nice. Yes.
All right. Fair enough. I just wanted to ask, but yeah, no, glad to have you on board. And do you like wear clothes or is that?
He well, yeah.
Okay, I just the recruits come, that might be a little jarring, I mean, by the way, good for you.
I don't know why, but I'm imagining Roderick's just like having a hard time not looking at this old man's dick.
A fucking unit.
Just standing there with his hands on his hips.
Fucking captain's pose.
He's not even standing, he's resting.
Yeah, a fucking
Leaning.
kickstand.
Whole ass stool.
Like
That's
one of the
orc
things.
African.
Yeah, exactly. He's got a human face. It's really weird. One of the things you learn when training to be a paladin is that you are your greatest weapon. So when we train, we learn to train no armor, nothing to protect us but ourselves. When we are in our most vulnerable, that is when we are most cautious. Something that I learned back in Dracarius and haven't put down all these years later. You should try it sometime. When you have nothing holding you back, nothing protecting you, you find yourself far more cognitive of the things that are happening.
Hmm. I will keep that in mind.
Just
Helps a lot with deep thought.
be mindful if you're ever in Dragon Sands. The sand is very hot. Everywhere. Everywhere.
Ooh.
Oh, okay. Yep. Hey, so like you're pretty old. Did you know the king? Did he train you?
Not personally, but I did train under him, yes. He sits down in a stool and he's like cleaning his feet off with the sponge now.
He's just taking a full sponge bath, still just like not even like, yeah, I wear clothes. Anyways, let me just wash my dick.
Yeah.
So I asked because we hear so many myths and rumors and half truths about him. Like, was he like everything that people are saying? Like, some people are like, "Oh, he's terrible," and other people are like, "He's the hero we need."
He was good to his people. He was a hell of a warrior. Was he
So,
was he perfect? No. But he was a good leader.
is it true that he fell in lava and survived it? No, that's impossible. No,
I
no way.
I've heard
Right?
all the stories. From what I've seen of him, I wouldn't hold it past him.
Wow.
Or I could tell you stories one day if we have time. He used to have these large congregations where he would address the crowd and he knew the names of every person.
Strange, they were all named Dale.
Oh, okay. I'm just trying to because like I'm still trying to figure out which way to go and who to help and everything. And if this guy is still alive out there somewhere, you know, didn't know if it'd be a good thing for him to come back. I mean, Nell seems to think so. I don't know.
Well, the queen used to say he was too stubborn to die, and the older I get, the more I agree with that.
Well, I hope for our sakes you're right then. Oh, sorry for interrupting. I got a little sidetracked.
Oh, you're fine.
It's all relevant in the grand scheme of the conversation. But we can't rely on Vardrak. We can only rely on ourselves right now. So, whatever you need me to do to help, I will do it. But make sure you pass on the same warnings to your recruits as I did to you. I will not hold back. I will not tolerate weakness.
Yes, sir.
And sand gets everywhere.
And sand gets everywhere.
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 He like stops and shudders for a second. Gets up, throws the sponge in the bucket, and he's like, "So when are we leaving?"
Well, we have some other things to do in the city today, but we can leave as early as this evening. Early after or this afternoon.
I don't have many possessions, so I will be ready by sundown.
Wonderful. Feel free to just meet us back at my house. Thank you again.
He gives you a nod, and he like sits there for a second with like this kind of like poised demeanor for a second. He's like, come here."
It's at Roderick.
Exactly.
Nell, of course, goes on over, gives him another hug.
The clothes.
Nell, trained under this man, also bare-ass naked.
And he looks over at Roderick and just gives you a nod. It was nice to meet you.
Likewise, and thank you for agreeing to help us.
Keep them safe.
I've done a decent job so far. He didn't stay dead. Just close to death. Never mind. It's nothing.
I got a little protective and ran ahead because I didn't like that they shot him, okay?
He just reaches over and he like slaps you on the cheek.
I know!
Go do what you'll do. I'll meet you at your house at sundown.
And they take their leave.
Yeah. Roderick is walking out, like right before he closes the door. He takes one more peek, looks down, and then closes the door.
They're stretching with the bow staff.
Swinging.
You're like, what's that? Oh, never mind.
I know originally we had said we could just send him to go on his own to Truded, but honestly, I feel like we should escort him.
Oh, it's up to you.
I don't know, it just feels a little rough to be like, hey, can you help us? Okay, thanks, find your own way.
I mean, I guess you can at least offer.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Over at the Artisan Guild, is there anything that you guys want to do here, or is it really just kind of like dropping things off and picking up the sheaths and that's it?
Desmond will specifically ask to hand this off to the guildmaster.
Okay. It takes some convincing, but then after a minute, like, they go get him. And he comes out and he's like, quite unexpected that you would have this finished already, but I appreciate it nonetheless.
My one stipulation is that it remains in the guild hall for use for the guild hall, and anything used to create items also remain here.
We can agree to that.
This is a tool that my people use that I have yet to see on Aragus.
He like takes it and he looks at it and he's like, So I haven't seen one of these since I was visiting the Mages Guild in Dracarius.
The first one has instructions on how to create more.
This is quite the gift you've given us. Thank you.
To access the information, all you need to do is say the word dusk as you're holding it.
He chuckles. It's like, yeah, I will save that for my personal chambers. Like, I can better make sure that it isn't misused in that way.
I appreciate it.
How married to the design are you?
Not at all.
Good. It's beautiful, but I'm not sure that everyone in the guild would have the same aesthetic choice.
Now, if you all choose a different design entirely, that I would actually prefer that.
Okay, good. Just wanted to make sure you weren't offended by the notion of it, but the Artisan are very eclectic. They will want their own reflection of themselves in it, which it very much is.
These can hold the equivalent of, I think, 300 or so pages of information.
Yeah, the explanation I was given the last time I seen one of these was all the fun of a wizard's book in a compact size.
Correct. This was the first thing that came to mind when thinking of something that could better the guild.
I admire your gumption in this. As I said before, I think that you and I have a similar mind on these things. I will make sure I notate in the guild log that your dues are paid for the year. And look forward to having that conversation someday.
Perfect.
And make sure you tell Quillwise of how generous I was with you all gaining access.
I haven't been able to stop thinking of how generous you have been.
Excellent.
Right. Until next time.
He turns around and walks away with it, kind of like holding it up to the light and looking at it. So Thrain, you get your sheath. Desmond, you drop that off. And around the time you guys are finishing up with everything, you step outside and down the winding path in front of the church. You can see Roderick and Nell kind of bending the quarter and heading down there.
As we walk out, I'll put my dagger on my hip, and then the other one I'll sheathe and just hand over to Desmond.
Desmond has like a sash across his chest. He'll attach it to the top of that. And as we like meet up with the rest of them, by the way, that item that I made for the guild, it's a magical book of sorts. It's like a book that you don't have to read. The information goes straight to your mind. So if any
You
of
can
you,
make that?
yes, if any of you have use for something like that, it is a fairly common item that I have been making for years now.
How fast does it work?
6 seconds.
So you mean I could have just bought the book form of these audio things this guy gave me, and I could have just in 6 seconds. It's fine. It's fine.
Stuck with the audiobook now.
Apparently.
It takes 6 seconds to activate. Still takes the same amount of time that it would normally take you to read for the information to be processed. Otherwise, all that information would, the same way if you put too much gunpowder in your gun, it explodes.
Bluey.
It would
Yeah.
blow up my brain?
It would overload you, yes.
No, okay, no, I'll deal with the audio. I'm good. Thanks anyway.
That has only happened baker's dozen amount of times when we were
too
first
many.
when we
Mhm.
were first prototyping them. It has been thousands upon thousands of years.
Mhm. For your
Maybe-
people.
Maybe 5 more people have.
Have you tested it on other species?
Yes.
Uh-huh. Willing participants?
They have to say themselves the password to.
This is too many words for yes. I'm just gonna go with no. Can't wait to meet dear old dad.
It's safe.
Mhm.
It's safe now. Mine that I make are safe.
The Desmond brand.
Right.
Don't go with the competitors. Okay. Yep. Got it.
I'll make one. You can see.
Uh-huh. I'll watch you use it.
I actually have an idea for one that it'll do the same thing, but it won't be in your mind. It'll be
Where would it go?
it's like a picture book. Like it'll display it out of the gem for
Okay.
all to see.
You're just talking nonsense now.
No, it's with the wand, the point and bling, like
Point and then gem and then
Like an illusionary sort of deal? Displaying some sort of an illusion for everyone to see to teach with?
yes.
and then everyone who can view it has their heads explode.
No, because it's not going into their heads, it's going to their eyes.
So then the eyes explode.
No.
I'm
Roderick,
not
are
liking
you
the sound
just
of that
messing with
either.
him?
Yes and no.
If I could get away for the information in the gem to be pushed out with a light on one side, then I have that pointing wand like bouncing ever so slightly up and down. So every time it hits down, it shoots out another light. It'll be constantly point, 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 point. That is a constant stream of light hitting this, painting a picture for all to see.
Brain hurts.
Completely
This is like-
harmless.
Uh-huh. Just make sure pointing it away from me.
And as you guys finish up this conversation, you find yourself standing in front of the castle walls.
Nell was in their fancy clothes hugging the sweaty ass shogun.
Yeah.
Mhm.
How does everyone look? Desmond will like give everyone a quick one over.
I mean, Nell might smell a little bit like BO. That's it.
Not B.O.,
Word.
like musk.
Yes.
Fine.
Like sweaty old man.
musk.
Desmond will look everyone over. Okay.
Hold on,
I'm not
hold on, just for
saying-
fun. Go ahead and give me a perception check. Let's see if the dice roll. Hey!
Confirm it.
This could be like, this could go both ways depending on how Cliff does it. It could be so bad that the musk burn.
I'm not going to go that route. What I'm going to say is that you guys are having your conversation. You get in front of the castle. The guard immediately starts talking. Desmond does a quick 1-2. Everybody looks fine.
All right.
What
In
color's
we
Nell's
go.
outfit?
Black.
Is yours black?
Black, the collar's white.
Okay, perfect. All right, so the guard's like,
We did black as the main and white as all the accents.
okay. The guard's like, I didn't know that the Lord was expecting the order here.
This is where we usually meet him.
We didn't
Unless-
make an appointment, but he did send an owl and we happened to be in the area.
Okay. Well, follow me. Alright. Walks you up the stairs, through the courtyard, through the other gate, through the other courtyard, to the castle.
Are they still short staffed? Is it just one guy doing all this?
Just one guy doing it still. And he invites you inside, and he's like, wait here, and I'll summon Lord Blackwater. And then a few minutes later, he comes walking back out, and the Lord comes walking behind him, and he's like, oh, I'm thrilled to hear that my message was received. And he walks over, and he's like saying hi to everybody, and he like gets to Desmond, and he like, you know, reaches out, shake a hand, and then he
Turns. He returns the gesture and shakes his hand.
And then he walks over to Nell, and he like reaches to shake a hand. And he's like, "Oh, that's it's quite the
Oh,
cologne you have."
thank you.
And he goes over to Roderick, and he's like, And he walks over to Thrain, shakes his hand, and he's like, "Okay, and if you wouldn't mind following me into the study, we have some sensitive matters to discuss." And he walks in, and as you guys walk in, he like spritzes a bottle of fragrance in the air. That's just one little. Sets it down, and he's standing like on this side, like he just created a barrier of himself in this fragrance he sprays. And he's like, so, we have more information, potential information on the whereabouts of Josiah. Our oracles were able to glean information after studying through for hours, and they were able to find an old pirate's cove is where they're being held. We sent out a few scouts to all the known locations that matched the description, and one of them was able to provide us this information that there is in fact activity at this old cove, and it very well could be where Josiah is being held. Now, I tell you all this because obviously the true nature of Josiah cannot be known publicly. It would be disastrous if people found out that he had been replaced. So, I don't trust in sending the guard here. So I was hoping that the protectors of Amethil would be willing to entertain searching this cove and finding out if it is indeed where Josiah is being held.
Yeah. Where is this cove?
It's not far from here, a few days' journey to the southwest.
I'm not from this far south. Is it near any specific towns or?
No, it's just off the shoreline. He picks up a globe and he sets it down on the table and he spins it around to where Amethil is, and he just points to the bottom of Amethil. He's like, "We are here. It's right here."
I'm gonna pull out my map of just Amethil.
Yeah, I mean, you see Durian is near water, basically, a couple days from the water. So he's saying just southwest of there.
Okay.
If you pull out your map, if you physically pull a map out while he's talking, he'd be like, "Yeah, right over there by those mountain passes."
A little more accurate than globe scale down.
Nah, it depends on who made the map.
Yeah.
Either way, yeah, so the location is an old cove. My scouts were able to give us more detail on the vista of it, and it's an emerging forest on a cliffside, and there's an old natural cavern carved into it. Back a couple hundred years ago, it used to be a smuggler's den, pirate's cove. But when Vardrak took control over Amethil, all those groups were quickly cleaned up. And to our knowledge, that cove has been uninhabited for decades. So the recent stir-up of activity, given the fact of we seen in the Oracle's vision that he was being caged in some cavernous area, I think it's worth a shot. I gave distinct instructions not to attempt to infiltrate to the scouts that I sent out for fear of them being caught and what repercussions may happen if they were. So this is unfortunately all just speculation and hunch. We can confirm there is activity there, and we can confirm that, albeit a rather generic description, it matches the description the oracles were able to give of the location.
Considering its proximity, I'd see this as not being much of an issue to check out.
Thank you. And obviously, if this is their location, then you all have jurisdiction to do what needs be done to them. My only ask would be the safe return of Josiah. I've already got my team together, and we have started putting together the official notification to the people of his return, and have come up with an explanation for what happened with him, and that how they thought that they had killed him during the skirmish, and that he has been secretly being nursed back to health in his private quarters. So, given the relatively short time frame since the attack, I think that we should be able to quell any sort of large-scale concern that people have. I think this would be good to reinstill some normalcy back to Durian after the chaos that it's endured recently.
If your guards don't know, how would you expect us to bring him through the gate?
The guards...
Because you said you want to limit how many guards know.
Well, yes, but if Josiah shows up being escorted by the Eclipsean Order, no one should bat an eye at that.
Or how about us walking him through the city after you give a story of him being nursed back to health in his private quarters?
Well, we wouldn't do that until after his return. We just have the statement prepared. We also have a statement prepared in case he is not able to be walked back through the gates.
Would you regardless of his condition, you bring him back, I assume?
Assuming that is possible, yes.
That's a good one. It'd be good for pointing the way.
So, does the arrow come back at the same speed it was shot? So it
just returns to you.
returns how? Because you shoot an arrow, it goes fast, then just turn around and come right back at you just as fast?
Do you have to duck?
Oh, sure.
It returns to you.
It's a booming arrow.
Okay.
I'm feeling this sleepy.
38 minutes, Megan. 38 minutes.
I'm trying.
Brindletown is winning.
Mm-hmm.
So, are you all able to leave out today?
What time is it?
Probably like late morning at this point.
I personally don't see why not. I mean, there'd be a couple things to get in order, but do you boys have anything you need to do?
I already did everything I needed.
I'm good to go.
All right. We can certainly hop on that.
It is such a. I'm so thankful to hear you say that. If there's anything that you need from us while you're here, please just let them know.
Thank you.
And
Will
if
do.
you, for the sake of stealth, you may want to get that fragrance removed from your person before you attempt to sneak in.
Okay. Get the message.
Very pungent. It's like
Thank you,
spoiled
Blackwater.
milk.
Dark
I
water or
apologize.
black water?
Whatever.
It's dark water,
Megan
but
is
it's black water right
crying.
now. He knows when to shut up.
The mask. I can't smell a thing.
It's probably for the better.
We'll get on this right away,
Thank you.
and we will be out of your hair just as quick.
Ah, that's never a concern. Thank you, though.
We will be leaving before the end of the day, so we will not be able to be contacted until we return, at which point we will inform the guards, or possibly even head straight here, depending on our findings.
That would be preferred. Yes, thank you. He takes a piece of paper out from his jacket pocket, and this is the exact location that the scouts gave us of how you could find it, and they outlined what path they took to get there.
Thank you. That is very useful.
Let's all get our supplies ready so we can head out then.
That works.
I'm gonna have to end up running back to Shogun's to tell him that we
He's
won't-
walking on his own.
Yeah. Either he can go on his own, or he'll have to wait for us to return. I assume we're leaving at this point, yeah?
Yep. Desmond will do a bow and start walking out.
Yep.
Guess it depends on how much Nell wants to annoy They can just sit back, kick their feet up on the table, have this discussion while they're there.
Dark water, give me a hug. No. As soon as we get outside, they're like, fuck, I didn't even think about that he hugged me.
Is that what that smell is?
Can you
we
all
caught Shogun in the middle
smell
of training.
Why? Why is it so loud?
Everyone
I
awake
like
now?
how we all just.
You're welcome.
Is this supposed to help me stay awake, please?
It's called upbeat music, upbeat string music, but it's not very upbeat.
It's
Here,
very lull to sleep.
Hold on, this might be loud too. This one's called The Fairy Picnic. This doesn't seem like it's gonna be much better.
I like this one.
Mm-hmm.
It's whimsical.
Till the rock guitars kick in.
Right.
I mean, I can smell,
Yes.
but it's not that strong. Personally.
You've had the
We
clothes.
caught Shogun in the middle of
for a
training and he
day.
gave a hug, so I must have just gotten. Yeah.
He was naked,
Less than a day.
like full on naked, no clothes, doing push-ups.
Can you press the poof?
Desmond will like hold up a hand now. Do you mind?
Awkward smile. Please.
And Desmond, as you're doing this, you notice that on the white ring of their outfit, there is like a faint yellow stain about yay big, just right here.
So Desmond will go in, like hand reaching to do the prestidigitation, then stop, both hands grab it, like extend as he looks closer. You stained it already?
All I did was hug a man.
Like he was like really old, Desmond. Like old, sweaty, half worked nastiness. Yeah.
I recommend not making physical contact with anyone while wearing these. Desmond will place a hand on Nell's shoulder and clean the
Especially-
stain, then clean the odor. Gets a double poof.
Thank you, Desmond. I really appreciate it.
Then a triple poof just for good measure.
Desmond spent a full 18 seconds doing this.
Right.
Oh, I feel like he just like, ah, like fully disinfected Nell at that point.
Does the
Everybody-
prestidigitation get rid of stains?
They can clean. Yeah.
This is better.
Mhm.
This is called fairy fight music.
Fight music, eh?
Yeah, I can clean or soil an object.
Mhm.
So if I
You
wanted
can
to, I
poop
can.
someone else's pants.
Who just shit my pants?
The real villain.
I don't know why that's the first thing my brain did. Was like, you can just be walking by and be like,
I just shit in your pants, sir. Good day.
That's the,
just doing it in a crowd to a stranger.
that's the kind of attack only fucking Desmond will do it to. To a fucking another noble. Good day, sir.
Like, oh yeah? Bam. You just pissed your pants in public.
Right.
No!
As you're walking by him in a massive crowd, so you can't tell who it was.
Mhm.
That's the type of social sabotage we need.
That's right.
Oh my goodness. So, anyways, back to Shogun.
You guys can do that. I heard naked man. No, thank you.
Let's go change. Desmond will start walking back to Nels.
It's like Desmond says as he flicks his collar again.
Yeah. Let's change. Change.
Yeah, show off.
Would you like for me to make you one?
No. Because unless I gotta take my armor on and off for this, and no thanks.
I wonder how it would work if the clothes didn't fit you.
My pregnancy went to like a fucking baby onesie.
Wow.
He just got shifted to his ribs in half.
It was like that was like I loaded a special set of clothing in there for you.
All the no clothing.
Just like constricts, and you see every wrinkle and bubble of the body as it just. Ugh.
Oh my god.
The only lucky fucking Desmond's a noble. If I was like a criminal artificer or something, I'd be a menace.
Yes.
We'll influence.
Next story arc.
It's not too late.
Right.
We can still influence Desmond to shit someone else's pants.
Good day, sir. Shut yourself.
Oh my goodness.
Well, my fair gentleman, it appears that I have. just to have that on a shirt and nothing else. Good day, sir.
I believe you have shit yourself.
Do that whole white glove slap on them. Then hit him with the prestidigitation.
I'm crying. Oh my god.
Also, there's nothing stopping you from filling up your alchemy bottle full of shit and just pouring it on someone's head.
Mayonnaise and shit.
I can do 5 gallons of mayonnaise. How much shit can I fit in this?
Oh god, you could do, just raw sewage.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Some gray water for dark water.
That's right.
Shit.
Okay. Running to the house. Yep, we're gonna put on clothes that are not the fancy.
Yep.
So the old man says that Hardrock was a pretty good guy to his people. And he knew everyone's name. Like, what kind of ruler, actually knows the people below them?
That is very impressive.
Yeah.
He was Dragonborn, correct?
From what I hear, some people say Tiefling, some say Dragonborn. I don't know.
Dragonborn with horns.
Yeah,
I've heard he was both at the same time.
that's not even a thing.
I literally saw the man. I don't know.
Regardless, for either of those races, I don't believe he would be able to get the knowledge of his people's names through a shared link the way elves do. So that's impressive.
Wait,
I'm just
elves
wondering
can-
what shared link you're talking about.
Yeah, I'm like, is that a new elf thing that I didn't know about?
the way I get my knowledge from my
Uh,
people.
Yeah, you're
the
different. The Shatterkai are different. That's
Do
not an
you-
all elf thing.
But surely you still have your link.
No.
wait, you had it and lost it?
You see this? Gesturing to their shadow mark all over their face.
Uh-huh.
Do you remember what his face looked like when he didn't have his mask on?
Yeah.
A mix.
Oh, so you didn't get all the good stuff.
I guess, yeah. Also, like, neither my mother nor father were Shatterkai. They're both also just shadow marked. So, honestly, I have no idea how many generations away the Shatterkai was in my family. My dad even had the white hair.
Hmm. Okay, sure. So, anyways,
I'm buying the good leader thing. Good warrior, I won't argue that. Good warrior doesn't make for a good leader though.
well, so far everybody that is still in existence who knew him says good things.
If I
Everybody's gonna have
killed-
a different opinion and a political stance.
If you kill all the people that don't have the same opinion as you, then you are good to all the ones that are still alive and they all have the same opinion as you.
Is that what he did?
No.
Wait, how is that relevant then?
Nell is the only one saying no to this.
Who's saying yes to this?
Me.
You didn't even live here. You weren't even alive.
You don't even go to this school.
Right.
Go here.
Talk about my favorite teacher. Okay, so is this more shared knowledge from your elfin brains that only works with purebloods, apparently?
Oh no, I don't think any of my family would to live in a place like this.
The ones
We're
that you're
gonna
trying to
have
get
to.
to come here?
Not in his kingdom. His kingdom's gone now. It's a hole.
Uh-huh.
That's his legacy.
Okay. You still didn't answer where you get your information from.
I'm hypothesizing. Okay? We don't have a lot of information and everyone's telling us different stuff.
Stop using elvish words. What the fuck is hypothesis? Whatever you said.
He's guessing.
Oh. Well,
That seems to be what everyone else is doing. No one has an answer. So you have to use all the guesses to make a better guess.
so I tell you that I spoke to someone who knew him, sort of, and you're like, well, I guess he's a dick.
The people that that doesn't sound right. The people that knew him, you can't trust. Their information is tainted.
Well, the guy who's going to be training the new order is Nell's teacher, and you're saying he can't be trusted?
That he's biased on Vardrock. I trust him to teach people how to fight. Vardrock was good at that. If Vardrock taught this guy,
He was taught in Vardrock's classes. He did not actually get taught by Vardrock himself, but in the school that he founded.
see, this guy went to school. I trust him. He's educated.
So that's all it takes for you to trust someone?
I trust him to teach. If he was taught,
So you trust the idea that Vardrock was this great warrior, but nothing else.
yes.
Nell, give me a perception roll.
Who is fucking following me?
Better keep checking your coin pouch.
Right.
You see, he's not saying anything, so therefore Nell doesn't even know they're making these perception checks.
Yep. So you guys make it to Nell's house.
Quick change.
Yeah, Desmond's just like arguing with Roderick as he's changing.
It just keeps coming back. But how do you know? Don't give me more of that hypotension shit you were saying before. Give me some
You
actual
leave my
information.
hypotension alone, John.
Every time Roderick peeks his head out the room when he's talking to Desmond, Desmond's in a different outfit.
Desmond's just like,
Stop fighting with me. I'll make you shit your pants.
You're talking in shit pants. Whatever you have to say is irrelevant.
That's what you gotta do whenever you're losing an argument. Be like, yeah, well, at least I didn't shit myself.
Right.
Wow, you son of a bitch. Just leaning real close to someone. You know what's worse than having shit in your pants? Having shit in your shirt. Have an armpit full of shit.
You're like, you know what? You're getting fucking piss on
No.
your ass and shit in your crotch. Explain that to people.
Call you poopy
You got
dick.
shit in your shoes.
No.
Ugh.
Why are we doing this?
We're getting dangerously close to being able to just like put your hand on someone's ear and shitting in their ear.
Yeah.
You got a hat on? You fucked up.
Shithead.
Is something dripping?
Someone's talking back just right in the mouth. But seems how you're talking all that shit. Blah.
And another thing, bruh. Oh no.
You got glasses
Who you
on.
gonna believe? Me or the guy that poops out of his mouth?
Yeah, he does have a solid point.
So Desmond's dad got elected king.
Right.
It's like, yeah, well, no, can't argue with that logic.
Yeah.
All right, you get changed. Head back to Shogun's. Knock on the door. He opens it up, and he has this bulky robe on at this point. And he kind of looks at you, Nell, and he looks you up and down, and he's like, "Now that's the Little toe rag, I remember.
Well, thank you. Unfortunately, we just received another mission to run off to nearby.
Do you want me to come with
So, no. You could head to Truded on your own, though? And we'll catch up.
Or we can swing back through on our way back through. And we can all walk back as well.
That too.
you?
We will be heading to Truded. So we can either all go together, or if you want to head start, I think the final choice is up to you.
I could use a good walk to clear my head. I'll start heading out soon.
Then we will see you soon. For
Be
now,
safe.
off we go. Thank you. So much. I really like this music.
I like literally hit
I don't
stop
think-
right when you said that. Turning it back on. I'm about to say, this music's getting us in trouble here. We're just being silly now.
Oh, I don't
it's
think it was the
appropriate.
music that did that.
It's those fairy
We've just been
vibes.
Right.
We've been slipping into Silly Town a few different times this session, so.
You slip into Silly Town. I live there with the silly gooses. All right. Is there anything y'all want to do in Durian before heading out?
No.
I'm good.
All right.
I can deliver spells through my bird.
I think that was words, but I'm pretty sure I understood what they said.
They just said, and then Felix came to visit.
Right.
Shut the fuck up. Listen, I really don't need your shit, okay? What was that?
Whatever you said, that last sentence before you turned into Felix. Whatever words you chanted was the incantation that changes you into Felix. It's like you pulled out your morphin stone.
I mean, what I said through my laugh was you can make them make someone shit.
I was thinking more lines of, I was thinking more lines of bird shit.
Well, the bird can make you shit yourself. Well, the bird can shit in your pants, which means that you can avoid being implicated yourself because you could have a fucking bird just randomly land. Although Desmond's birds are a little bit conspicuous.
Like, oh, the bird's coming up to me.
The bird that looks like they're made of crystals. Gee, I wonder who the fuck that belongs to.
Dropping big logs.
I got the white one.
Isn't it white
one
like
that's
crystals?
No, the white one's
Oh.
a normal one.
Okay. That white raven,
Right.
native to Durian.
Exactly.
That must be special. This bird is coming up to me.
That shit myself.
Isn't a bird shitting on you like considered good luck?
Sure.
Supposedly.
A bird shitting on you.
It's white people shit, John.
It's okay. I'm like, what?
Yeah, like really, that's the thing. They say if you get shit on randomly by a bird, it's supposed to be good luck.
That's what everyone told me when the incident happened in our driveway.
Is that supposed to make you feel better for being shit on?
Right.
Yeah, I
I
think
think
so.
that's literally it.
Yeah. It's like it's
Someone asked
okay.
about, like,
Everyone
okay.
gets shit on every now and again.
It's good luck or something. Yeah.
You know, just like how they tell people it's good luck if it rains on your wedding day. Really, they just don't want. They want the bride to stop fucking crying that it's raining.
Right. Somebody get this bitch to shut up. Tell her it's good luck. I don't know.
That worked.
Now,
Women
everybody
are
pretend
known-
like that was a thing the whole time.
Women in very emotional states are known to have rational responses to superstitious fucking allegories. Tell them that it's fine, that it's just raining because they're lucky. It's gonna go off without a hitch. She's just gonna instantly go, oh, perfect. That's what I needed to hear.
Oh my god.
And then she threw me through a window.
Let's start heading out before I make someone shit themselves.
Right.
Get on the horses. Cha!
Alright, so through the note that you were given by Darkwater, the journey is going to be about a day and a half, 2-day journey, as it's basically entirely off path. And the route that he takes you to, you essentially are going through, like a small wood to a cliffside, and this forest almost is like a buttress on the ledge of this cliff. Like they're like growing on the edge of the tree, or on the edge of the cliff rather. And like as you get to this vantage point that they were telling you about, you could see like this natural carve into the rocks into this cove, and you could see that like there's a small sailing vessel out front of like this makeshift dock, but it's well conceived within the confines of this cove. Like if you weren't looking for it, you probably wouldn't see it. I guess before we get there, pause back up. You guys have a 2-day or so journey. Anybody doing any downtime events, anything like that?
We gotta gather. We're looking for that uncommon goods.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Are we all gathering then?
Listen to my audiobook. Can I listen to it while gathering?
Sure, but you're only going to do one or the other for the mechanics of it.
Damn it. All right.
It's just
I'm
gonna be
listening to my
walking
book.
around looking at the grass while you're paying attention to your book.
Yep.
But you got to figure you're holding like this large, dodecahedron, and you're like, it's like, hey, welcome back, chapter 6. And everybody's like, fuck, we're trying to do something here. You're like, I'm helping.
Yeah.
That'll do. That'll do.
How do we do this? We just roll our tools?
Yeah. Whatever you're using to actually search for shit.
Yeah, baby.
That'll do. All right, all three of you can roll on the crafting component table.
I did it!
3.
How the fuck?
Nell's good at this. But also only 3. Fuck me.
I'll take 29.
Jeez.
Damn.
29 plus 28.
I got
57.
There you go.
more, so I'm up to 11.
Like 30 is 60 minus the 3. We have 2 days.
Day and a half, and you guys did stuff this morning, so just the
Okay.
one. All right, so y'all arrive. You can see this going on now. Mind you,
Did
you
add
were
that
all.
to our inventories, or are we adding that to our inventories?
You add that, please.
Also, do I roll anything for my...
Yeah. You gotta still do your thing.
Your tools.
Okay. I didn't know if that was separate or what. All right.
Were you paying attention?
Right. That's basically what you're rolling for.
Dang.
So just roll on your skills, very bottom. Roll that.
Yep.
and you were paying attention.
Yeah.
But you didn't find anything. It's weird.
I know.
It's like you were paying attention to it and not really helping them gather anything.
The rain took it all before I got there. I can't help that.
Such a wild difference between, like, you found 3 components. You found 29 crafting components. Like, okay.
Yeah, it's a nice variable of what you can get with it. I wanted it to be random. Okay, so from your vantage point right now, you're up on a cliff's ledge looking down. So it's about an 80-foot dip to the water before you could even get into the cove. So what's your guys' thoughts on this?
How the fuck are we getting down there?
Well, I know I have rope. I know someone found some kind of rope.
I have rope, I believe. Yes, I have rope.
I have this weird rope. Nell pulls out
What?
this strange rope.
I don't think we should use a weird rope.
What
No,
makes
It's
it
a rope of
weird?
entanglement. Great for
Sweet.
resisting baddies.
I do not have rope.
So, and so the 2 of us tied it together, that's 100 feet. So it should. Looks like it might reach us all the way down there.
I don't know if I trust it.
Is there another way down that we can see?
Give
Like,
me
even if we
a-
have to walk around?
It's a
Give me
fast
a-
way down.
Yeah, there's a real fast way down. It's called a cannonball. Give me a perception roll. Well, I guess you could do perception, nature, or survival, whatever you think would be most appropriate.
Let's do survival.
I believe in you. I should not have believed.
It's a fairly sheer cliff that you're looking down. You see that there are some potential like hand and footholds that you could like scale down with, but it's really hard to see like once you get more than a couple feet away from where you're at, so you have no idea what lies beneath. You could find yourself into a situation where there's nothing to hold on to and you either have to go back up or
Fall.
What time of day is it?
day and a half to get there. You guys left in the afternoon, so probably like early evening right now.
Okay.
Do we want to wait till morning so we have better eyesight on this?
Hold on. And Desmond's gonna sit down like cross-legged, flick his wrist, and Ava is gonna appear on it, and he's gonna send her down.
Okay.
Ava's gonna do like a 3 or so minute just fly around this area, seeing if anything stands out. While he's like perceiving through her eyes. Fuck.
She saw.
Everything.
So she flies down, and what she can see is that there's an old sailing vessel there, but it's in good shape. It's water ready. And
There's a ship there that's ready.
there is a couple like cargo crates that are on the side and a couple barrels, and she could see from the barrels that there is food inside of it. So someone has been here or is here using food.
There's crates, supplies, food.
And while she's flying around in there, she sees two people walking out, one of them smoking a cigarette, both of them wearing kind of tattered clothes, but she notices that they are both wearing like a matching orange bandana. They don't have it over their face or anything, they just have it sort of draped around their neck.
People, two of them.
I, if you want, if you want to bring Ava back, I can make them invisible. Keep exploring more.
They have orange bandanas around their neck. Desmond can't hear you.
Desmond is blind and deaf while in this
Mhm.
in this trance. What is she gonna do? Is she gonna just make a circle fly back, or
Yeah. Now that we know that like there are people here and stuff, look real quick to see if there's any actual path to get down.
you can see that like from where they were walking out of, there's a small like cave mouth that from the outside it's really hard to see in because how dark it is, but they both came out of it.
Okay.
So there's like a natural wet dock where the boat is. There's no like formal wooden dock or anything like that. They just kind of have the boat pulled up into shallow enough water that it's not going anywhere. Um, and yeah. Uh, Nell. Nell, you can do a what would we call this? Give me a history roll. Roderick and Thrain, you can do history rolls as well, but yours will be with disadvantage. All right. So Nell and Roderick, both of you, as Desmond is describing the attire that they're wearing, when he starts describing the orange bandana and particularly the pattern that's on the bandana, um, both of you recognize the description of the bandana as as a group that they call the Wild Orchids. And the Wild Orchids are typically like mercenary sellswords, like you hire them when you need to do a job that's probably not something you could hire a reputable person to do. Now, you would know even more so that like this group is not at all above killing, you know, rapists, thieves, murderers, like the lowest low. You know, you almost
Yeah.
have to have a bad rep to even be considered to join their ranks. So like the fact that they're there regardless of what this is
not a good sign.
not a good thing. Yeah.
Oh, great.
hoping not to encounter them again.
Again? You've had a run-in with the orchids?
Hasn't everybody at some point?
No.
I'd imagine most of them are a little reluctant to come around paladins.
I haven't been a paladin for long.
Aye, aye.
What do you think the other 131 years were?
Paladin training.
Young Nell would have believed that.
But yes, they are awful. And yeah, I'm not going to bother talking with them if we encounter them. Just to let you know.
Is Desmond out of Ava yet, or
Whoa.
No, he's gonna make Ava fly up like straight above where the this dock is, and like perch itself on the cliff. That way we know straight down from here is where it's at. Then once Ava lands, he'll come out of his trance.
Oh, so actually, one thing I forgot to tell you too, seems how you got a nat 20 on that roll. You did see that. So you guys are on this sheer face here. On the opposite side, kind of the V shape where the cove is. You can when Ava was flying down, she seen a small horse path that goes down the side of the mountain, but it would be like it technically would be like a mule path, so like super sheer, like narrow pathway
rough
that
riding.
you would bring down like carrier animals with goods. It wouldn't be something you would necessarily ride your horse down.
walk down?
Yeah, but you'd probably twist your ankle. But you could.
Yeah, well,
Alright. So then Desmond will have Ava come to him instead. Then, as she's flying back, he'll come out of his trance. Okay. Around there's a narrow path we can get down.
All right. So, about the individuals you described, they, by description, are members of a mercenary gang called the Wild Orchids, and they're none too pleasant. If you have dirty work to be done, whatever it is, they'll do it for the right amount of coin. Got absolutely no qualms with murdering or kidnapping or any of that. Nasty bunch.
So, leave the talking to you. You're the best at it.
Hmm.
I don't even know if they would allow a word in.
It's besides the point.
I know.
I got some folks at home that would love to know that we offed a bunch of these guys.
I don't even know what I would say. Hi there, we'd just like to inspect your contraband cave there.
can know we can we have scries that describe the location similar to this, so we're checking a lead.
Right. That's where we ended at.
Sure.
Like, I can't do a social right now. I'm falling asleep. I cannot continue.
Sure, that's fine. It's a good spot to end it in.
Yeah.
So, as the sun sets and you all discuss this group, we can call closure on it. Next week, Lark Week.
Mhm.
All right, so then we won't be back next week. The week after we will be. Let's do a quick.
I'll be remote, so it'll be even different setup behind me. But I'll still be here.
You'll be remote? Where are you going?
Probably
Sitting
dog
again.
Oh.
Don't forget
Might
the charger. Look at you and your wristbands.
I think I might actually go for the getting fantasy grounds and setting up my own thing.
Do it.
Oh, so I need to make a character, is what you're saying.
That means I get to make a character.
No.
I'm worried about that one.
There are 4 streams that I'm looking at on here. Well, I'm not looking at the streams, but looking at the things. And it says may contain sexual themes. The fuck?
Gotta watch to find out.
I'm just, like, this is Twitch.
Mm-hmm.
Twitch don't allow none of that shit. Why the fuck did they have, like, a disclaimer?
I mean, may contain sexual
not
themes, could
showing
even just be
anything.
and fade to black.
That's
7, as I'm scrolling. 8. Why?
I don't know. Hold on, I gotta find us. Make sure we're not flagged for that. Might have to censor
Nah.
John.
Shit yourself.
Right.
Oh, Adam, if I do something or IDM, it's probably not going to be D&D.
Okay.
Oh shit, what are you planning on doing?
Probably continuing with the Destiny thing.
Ah.
That was Savage World, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
It was like Savage World homebrew.
Or
This
not
Savage
flagged,
Brood with a specific skill added. But now that we have the campaign done, I have more knowledge that I can throw in for it.
Damn, y'all finished the campaign already?
What they allowed us to finish.
Oh, the fucking drip feed content, huh?
Well, they only let us do a certain bit and locked us. The way the campaign works right now is we get up to a certain point in the campaign, which feeds us going into the raid.
Mhm.
Then finishing the raid picks up after that. Then we finish the campaign.
Gotcha.
The first group I tried to raid to, it wouldn't let me raid to them. It said their raid settings don't allow you to raid to them.
Okay.
That's stupid.
I don't understand.
You don't need your charity.
Right. My dad's not a cell phone. Alright. Alright. We're going to raid out to Outer Realms RPG. Thanks for hanging out. Next week, we either won't be here or we'll be doing a different campaign that Sin is running. We'll see.
I'm probably not gonna have it set up by then.
Boo! Okay, we won't be here next week.
You had him so excited.
For those blue balls.
Right. I'm gonna go ice him now. Good night, y'all. Bye.
Bye.